Get comfortable. Settle in. This one is going to take a while, and that is entirely the point. Tonight we are going deep into Springfield. Not the Springfield you think you know from Sunday nights and couch gags and D.O. echoing through living rooms for 36 years. The Springfield underneath that one. The one filled with details so small and stories so quietly buried that even the most devoted fans have walked right past them without noticing. There are 369 of them waiting for you tonight. Some of them will make you smile. Some of them will change the way you see the show forever. And some of them are just the kind of small, warm, interesting things that are perfect to carry you gently from wakefulness into sleep. That is what this is for. No urgency, no cliffhangers that need resolving. Just Springfield, unfolding slowly, one quiet detail at a time. Let's begin. Section 1. The world of Springfield origins, creation, and the show's DNA. Facts 1 through 45. Fact number 1. The Simpsons was not originally supposed to be a show at all. It began as a series of short animated segments that aired between sketches on The Tracy Ullman Show, which was a variety program that ran on Fox from 1987 to 1990. These early shorts were rough, jerky, and barely resembled the polished animation that would define the series. The characters were recognizable but oddly proportioned, the voices not yet settled into the rhythms we know, the world of Springfield still more sketch than place. They were filler, essentially. 2-minute buffers between live comedy segments. Nobody expected them to become the longest-running scripted primetime series in the history of American television. They were just something to fill the gaps. Fact number 2. Matt Groening, the show's creator, came up with the concept of The Simpsons in a waiting room. He was there to pitch a different idea entirely to James L. Brooks, who was producing The Tracy Ullman Show at the time. Groening had been developing a comic strip called Life in Hell, which featured a rabbit named Binky navigating the anxieties of modern existence. He had planned to pitch an animated version of that strip, but as he sat in the waiting room, he began to worry. He did not want to sign over the rights to characters he had already created and published. So, in the minutes before his meeting, he invented an entirely new family. He sketched them out quickly, named them after members of his own family, and walked into the meeting with something he had created from scratch in under an hour. Fact number 3. The Simpsons family was named after Matt Groening's real family, with one deliberate exception. His father was named Homer, his mother was named Marge, his sisters were named Lisa and Maggie. The rebellious son, however, was named Bart, which is an anagram of the word brat. Groening has said in interviews that he did not want to name the cartoon version of himself directly after himself, so he invented a name that carried the spirit of what he wanted the character to be. The rest of the family carried real names from his life. The town of Springfield was chosen partly because it is the most common city name in the United States, and partly because Groening grew up near Springfield, Oregon. Fact number 4. The Simpsons officially debuted on the 17th of December, 1989, with the episode Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire. This episode, which centers on Homer secretly working as a department store Santa Claus to earn Christmas money after Marge spends the family's savings removing Bart's tattoo, was not actually the first episode produced. The first episode produced was Some Enchanted Evening, which aired much later in the season. Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire was rushed into production and scheduled first because the network needed a holiday episode to air before Christmas. The production timeline was so tight that the episode barely made it to air on time. Fact number 5. The yellow skin of the Simpsons characters was a deliberate creative choice, though the reasoning behind it has been explained in a few different ways over the years. The most widely cited explanation comes from Groening himself, who has said that he wanted viewers flipping through channels to immediately stop when they landed on the show. Yellow skin, he reasoned, would catch the eye in a way that ordinary flesh tones simply would not. A person idly scrolling past the television would see something unusual and pause. That pause was the goal. Whether or not it was the only reason, it worked. The yellow skin became one of the most recognizable visual signatures in the history of animation. Fact number 6. The four-fingered hands of the Simpsons characters are not unique to this show. They are actually a long-standing tradition in animation that dates back to the earliest days of the medium. Animators in the 1920s and 1930s discovered that drawing 4 fingers instead of 5 was significantly faster and produced cleaner results. The human hand, with all 5 fingers, is one of the most difficult things to animate fluidly, and in an era when every frame was drawn by hand, reducing the finger count was a practical efficiency. The tradition stuck. Nearly every major animated character from that period onward, including Mickey Mouse, Bugs Bunny, and Homer Simpson, has 4 fingers. Interestingly, God appears in The Simpsons with 5 fingers, marking the only character in the show's universe drawn with a full human hand. Fact number 7. The opening couch gag is different in almost every episode, and it was originally not planned as a recurring device. The first couch gag was simply a visual joke at the end of the title sequence, but the production team quickly realized it served a practical purpose beyond comedy. Different episodes have different running times, and the couch gag can be made longer or shorter to fill the gap between the title sequence and the episode's cold open. A short episode gets a longer couch gag. A longer episode gets a shorter one. What began as a single joke became a structural tool that has now produced hundreds of unique variations over the show's run. Fact number 8. The show's theme music was composed by Danny Elfman, who wrote it in a single day. Elfman has said in interviews that he wrote the main theme very quickly after receiving the brief, working at his piano and building the piece from a simple melodic idea. The march-like quality of the main theme, with its brass fanfares and playful woodwind runs, was intended to convey something like a family fanfare, a grand announcement for something that was also fundamentally comedic. Elfman also composed the music for the individual segments of the title sequence, including the distinctive synthesizer melody that plays during the scenes of Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie making their way home. The complete opening sequence theme runs approximately 1 minute, though a shortened version is used in most episodes. Fact number 9. The saxophone melody that Lisa plays during her portion of the title sequence is played by a real saxophonist, not a synthesized instrument. The musician who recorded it for the original title sequence was Bleeding Gums Murphy, a character within the show who serves as Lisa's jazz mentor and father figure. Not the character, of course, but the voice and musical performance behind Bleeding Gums Murphy was provided by Ron Taylor, a real jazz musician who also voiced the character in the episodes where he appeared. The connection between the real musical performance and the fictional character it represents is one of those elegant little circles that the show built quietly into its own foundation. Fact number 10. Springfield's nuclear power plant was based partly on real nuclear facilities, but its specific design and catastrophic safety record were primarily satirical inventions. What is interesting, though, is that the show hired a former nuclear power plant employee as a consultant during its early seasons to ensure that the technical details, even the absurd ones, had some grounding in reality. This consultant helped the writers understand how a real nuclear facility operates, what its safety systems look like, and what kinds of violations would actually occur. The result is that beneath all the comedy, the Springfield plant's failures are drawn from a recognizable playbook of real nuclear safety concerns. The luminous rats, the cracked cooling towers, and the radioactive waste improperly stored near residential areas all have real-world analogs. Fact number 11. The show's original pilot, if you can call it that, was a very different piece of animation than what eventually aired. The early Tracy Ullman shorts were animated by a studio called Klasky Supo, which also handled the show's animation for its first 3 seasons. The style during this period is noticeably different from later seasons. The characters were more angular and expressive in a rougher way, the colors slightly more muted, the movement jerkier. Many longtime fans have a deep affection for this early animation style, which has a handmade quality that the smoother, more refined animation of later seasons does not quite replicate. Groening himself has spoken fondly about the imperfect energy of those early episodes, even as he acknowledges that the animation has technically improved enormously over the decades. Fact number 12. The town of Springfield was deliberately designed to be geographically impossible to locate. The writers embedded contradictory clues about Springfield's state across dozens of episodes, ensuring that no viewer could ever pinpoint its location with certainty. Borders with Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky have all been mentioned at different points. The town has oceanfront property in some episodes and sits in a landlocked heartland in others. The state abbreviation NT, which does not correspond to any real American state, has appeared on screen. This ambiguity was entirely intentional. Groening wanted Springfield to feel like every American town simultaneously, a composite place that any viewer from any region could recognize as a version of where they grew up. The geographic impossibility is the feature, not a flaw. Fact number 13. The very first words ever spoken in the series belong not to Homer or Bart, but to Marge. In the pilot episode, Marge is the first character to deliver a full line of dialogue. Julie Kavner, who voices Marge, has been with the show since those earliest Tracy Ullman shorts, making her one of the longest continuously employed voice actors in television history. Her voice, with its distinctive rasp and warmth, has been described by Groening as one of the most unusual and affecting instruments in animation. Kavner has spoken in interviews about protecting her voice carefully, limiting public appearances and interviews partly to preserve the vocal quality that defines Marge. Fact number 14. The show's original pitch was famously concise. Groening described it to James L. Brooks and Sam Simon as a show about a dysfunctional family that loves each other anyway. That underlying warmth has been the show's emotional anchor even through its most absurdist seasons. Critics who argue that the show lost its way in later years often point specifically to the erosion of this core dynamic. The sense that however chaotic Springfield became, however extreme the plots grew, there was always a genuine tenderness at the center of the Simpson family. The tension between absurdity and genuine emotion is, in many ways, the defining characteristic of the show's best work. Fact number 15. Sam Simon, who served as the showrunner during the show's formative early seasons, was largely responsible for building the writing staff and establishing the storytelling structures that would define the series. Simon had an extensive background in television comedy before joining The Simpsons and brought a rigorous discipline to the writer's room. His contributions to the show's early success were enormous, though his partnership with Groening eventually ended acrimoniously. Simon left the show after its fourth season, but continued to receive a significant portion of the show's profits for the rest of his life due to the terms of his original contract. He died in 2015 after a public battle with colorectal cancer, during which he donated much of his considerable fortune to animal rights causes. Fact number 16. The Simpsons holds the record for the most guest appearances of any scripted primetime series in television history, with over 1,000 celebrity appearances across its run. These appearances range from brief voice cameos lasting only a few seconds, to extended storylines where guest characters become central to an episode's plot. Some celebrities have appeared multiple times, occasionally playing the same character and occasionally playing different roles entirely. The show's ability to attract high-profile guests has remained consistent even as its overall ratings have declined from the peak years of the mid-1990s, when it was the most-watched show on American television. Fact number 17. The Simpsons was the first show to air on the Fox network to finish in the top 30 of the weekly Nielsen ratings. Fox was a relatively new and struggling broadcast network when The Simpsons debuted in 1989, and the show's early success played a significant role in establishing Fox as a legitimate competitor to the three major networks of the time: NBC, CBS, and ABC. The cultural and financial impact of this cannot be overstated. Without The Simpsons, Fox's trajectory as a network would have been dramatically different. The show essentially built the platform that later carried other major Fox properties. It was the network's anchor tenant for years. Fact number 18. The school that Bart attends, Springfield Elementary, was partly inspired by the real public school experiences of several writers on the show. Multiple writers have spoken about drawing from their own memories of underfunded, overcrowded public schools when writing storylines about Principal Skinner, the broken heating system, the inadequate textbooks, and the general atmosphere of institutional neglect that pervades Springfield Elementary. The show has always treated public education with a mixture of affection and pointed satire, and that combination comes from writers who lived through the systems they were lampooning. Fact number 19. Moe's Tavern, where Homer and his friends spend much of their leisure time, was designed to feel like the platonic ideal of a depressing neighborhood bar. The writers based it partly on actual dive bars they had visited, and partly on the literary tradition of the bar as a place of communal misery and unlikely friendship. The name Moe itself was chosen for its deliberately unglamorous sound. Hank Azaria, who voices Moe, based the character's distinctive vocal quality on a combination of influences, including Al Pacino and a specific type of New York working-class accent. Moe is consistently ranked among the most beloved supporting characters in the show's history, despite, or perhaps because of, his relentless pessimism. Fact number 20. The Quick E-Mart, the convenience store run by Apu, was inspired partly by the 7-Eleven chain and partly by the broader phenomenon of the American convenience store as a kind of democratic gathering place. Groening has talked about the convenience store as a uniquely American institution, a place where people from completely different walks of life intersect briefly and then scatter. Springfield's Quickie Mart has hosted some of the show's most memorable moments precisely because it functions as a crossroads. Almost every major character in Springfield passes through it at some point, making it a natural setting for coincidental encounters and unexpected revelations. Fact number 21. The show has an unusually high ratio of writers with advanced degrees in mathematics and the sciences. Several writers have backgrounds in theoretical physics, pure mathematics, and computer science, and they occasionally embed real mathematical content into the background details of episodes. Equations visible on chalkboards during Bart's classroom scenes, numbers that appear on Homer's nuclear control panel, and references to mathematical concepts woven into dialogue have all been confirmed by writers as genuine rather than randomly generated. There is an entire book dedicated to uncovering the mathematical content hidden in the show's background details. Fact number 22. The show's writer's room in its early seasons was famously brutal, in the most productive sense. The joke-pitching sessions could last for hours, with every line subjected to relentless group critique before being allowed into a script. Writers who came from more conventional television backgrounds were often surprised by the intensity. The standard, established by Groening and enforced by Sam Simon, was that a joke had to be genuinely funny, not just functional. If a line was merely adequate, it was cut and replaced. This level of scrutiny produced scripts of unusual density and quality, where even minor throwaway moments tended to be sharper than the centerpiece jokes in competing shows. Fact number 23. The show's title sequence was storyboarded by the director David Silverman, who worked closely with Groening to establish the visual grammar of the opening. Silverman later went on to direct the Simpsons movie. The title sequence was designed to establish every major character and every key location in Springfield before the episode's plot even began, ensuring that new viewers could orient themselves quickly without needing a formal introduction. The sequence has been updated multiple times over the show's run, with alterations to reflect changes in animation style, updated technology, and occasional gags, but its fundamental structure has remained essentially unchanged. Fact number 24. Springfield has a tire fire that has been burning continuously in the background of outdoor scenes since the show's earliest seasons. It is never explained, never resolved, and never directly addressed by any character. It simply burns. This tire fire is one of the show's most quietly persistent background details, appearing in hundreds of episodes across decades of television. The writers have occasionally acknowledged it in passing, but it exists primarily as a visual joke about the town's indifference to its own obvious problems. The fire's continued presence across 36 seasons makes it, in some sense, one of the show's longest-running gags. Fact number 25. The animation studio that produced the show's first 3 seasons, Klasky Csupo, was replaced by a Korean animation studio called Film Roman beginning in Season 4. The transition improved the technical quality of the animation significantly but also changed its character. The Klasky Csupo era has a rougher, more expressive quality that some fans associate strongly with the show's golden age. The later Film Roman animation is smoother and more consistent, which is technically superior but arguably loses something in terms of personality. The debate between fans who prefer the early animation style and those who prefer the later refinement has been ongoing since the transition occurred. Fact number 26. The Simpsons has aired in more than 100 countries and has been dubbed into dozens of languages. In some countries, the show had to be adapted significantly to make cultural references accessible to local audiences. In Germany, for example, Duff Beer was renamed, and certain episodes were altered or skipped entirely due to content concerns. In Arab countries, Homer's love of beer was removed from the dubbing, with Duff replaced by a non-alcoholic soda, and Apu was given a different name and background. The show's capacity to travel across cultural boundaries while retaining its essential identity is a testament to how universal its core themes, family, work, community, and the gap between aspiration and reality actually are. Fact number 27. The original budget for the show's pilot episode was significantly higher than the budgets for most animated shows at the time. Fox invested heavily in the production quality of the first few episodes, recognizing that the show had unusual potential. This early investment in production value helped establish The Simpsons as a different kind of animated show, one that could compete visually with live-action programming in a way that most animation of that era simply could not. The decision to treat animation as a serious storytelling medium rather than a cheap alternative to live action was, at the time, genuinely unconventional. Fact number 28. Homer's famous exclamation of frustration, the one he makes when something goes wrong, has become one of the most recognizable sounds in the history of television. Dan Castellaneta, who voices Homer, developed the sound gradually over the first few seasons. In the earliest episodes, it was closer to a drawn-out, frustrated murmur. Over time, it evolved into the shorter, more percussive expression that became iconic. Castellaneta has performed it thousands of times across the show's run and in countless public appearances, and he has spoken about the strange experience of having a single improvised vocal choice become something that is instantly recognizable to hundreds of millions of people around the world. Fact number 29. The show's first full-length episode, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, introduced Santa's little helper, the greyhound that becomes the Simpson family dog. The dog was rescued from a racetrack after coming in last place in a race, and Homer adopts him with the family's Christmas money after the dog fails to win and Homer loses his bet. What many viewers do not know is that greyhound racing is a sport with genuine welfare concerns for the animals involved, and the episode's quiet commentary on this, the dog discarded after it stops being profitable, rescued by an unlikely family, was one of the show's earliest examples of embedding genuine social observation into what appeared to be simple family comedy. Fact number 30. The Simpsons movie, released in 2007, had a production history that stretched over several years. Multiple scripts were written and discarded before a final version was settled on. The writers who worked on the film have spoken about the difficulty of writing something that felt worthy of the theatrical experience, while also remaining true to the tone of the series. The film ultimately earned over $500 million worldwide, making it one of the highest-grossing animated films of its era. Plans for a sequel have been discussed periodically but have never moved past the conceptual stage. Fact number 31. The show has won 35 Primetime Emmy Awards, making it one of the most decorated programs in television history. It has also won 32 Annie Awards, which are the animation industry's equivalent of the Oscars. In its early seasons, the show's Emmy wins were sometimes controversial, with critics at the network arguing that animated programs should not compete in the same categories as live-action shows. The Emmy category for Outstanding Animated Program was partly established in response to the success of The Simpsons, giving animated television its own dedicated recognition. Fact number 32. Bart Simpson was initially designed as the show's central character. The early marketing for the show focused heavily on Bart, and he became the first breakout character from the series, inspiring a wave of Bartmania in the early 1990s. Bart t-shirts, skateboard decals, and catchphrase merchandise flooded the market. Schools across the country reportedly banned Bart Simpson t-shirts for containing messages deemed disruptive. The President of the United States at the time, George H.W. Bush, publicly stated that he wanted America to be more like the Waltons and less like the Simpsons, which Groening and the writing staff took as a significant endorsement and worked into a subsequent episode. Fact number 33. As the show progressed through its first few seasons, Homer gradually became the character that writers found most dramatically rich. The shift from Bart-centric to Homer-centric storytelling happened organically rather than by design, as writers discovered that Homer's combination of stupidity, emotional depth, and fundamental goodness gave them more dramatic range than Bart's rebellion. Homer can be funny and heartbreaking within the same scene in a way that Bart rarely can, and that emotional range made him a more versatile protagonist. By the middle of the show's run, Homer was unambiguously the show's center of gravity. Fact number 34. The town of Springfield has more named recurring characters than almost any other fictional town in the history of television. The show's writers have, over 36 seasons, developed backstories and personalities for dozens of characters who began as background extras. Hans Moleman, Kent Brockman, Sideshow Bob, Snake Jailbird, Lionel Hutz, Troy McClure, and dozens of others have each accumulated their own histories and quirks across hundreds of episodes. The depth of Springfield's supporting cast is one of the show's defining features and one of the clearest signs of the writers' genuine affection for the world they built. Fact number 35. The show's approach to continuity is famously inconsistent, but this inconsistency has been handled with varying degrees of intentionality over the years. In the early seasons, the writers maintained relatively strict continuity within storylines, even as they avoided aging the characters. By the middle seasons, the approach shifted toward what writers have called a floating timeline, where each episode essentially exists in its own present tense without being bound by what came before. By the later seasons, the show occasionally acknowledges its own continuity inconsistencies as meta-jokes, treating the impossibility of its own internal logic as a source of comedy rather than a problem to be managed. Fact number 36. The Simpsons has depicted every major American holiday across its run, often multiple times, and the holiday episodes have produced some of the show's most beloved installments. The annual Treehouse of Horror Halloween specials, which began in the show's second season, are particularly beloved. These episodes exist outside the show's normal continuity and allow the writers to kill characters, explore genuinely dark themes, and experiment with formats that would be impossible within the regular series. Many fans consider the Treehouse of Horror episodes the creative high point of each season. Fact number 37. The show's depiction of religion has been one of its most carefully managed aspects. The Simpsons attends church regularly, and the show treats faith with a genuine respect that surprises some viewers who expect pure satire. God appears as a character multiple times, and these appearances are handled with a lightness that avoids both mockery and reverence. The show has received praise from religious communities for depicting a family that takes faith seriously, even as it satirizes the institutional aspects of organized religion. Ned Flanders, whose devout Christianity is a central character trait, is depicted as a genuinely good person whose faith is presented sympathetically rather than as a target for ridicule. Fact number 38. The Springfield Gorge, which appears in one of the show's most famous sequences involving Homer and a skateboard jump, was not originally planned as a landmark location. The scene in which Homer attempts to jump the gorge and fails spectacularly, tumbling down the cliff face and being struck by the ambulance that comes to rescue him, became one of the most shared and quoted moments in the show's history. The gorge returned in subsequent episodes as a recognized Springfield landmark, partly because the writers enjoyed the absurdity of a local geography defined by the site of one man's catastrophic failure. Fact number 39. The show's theme of economic anxiety, embodied most clearly in Homer's constant financial stress and his dependence on a job he finds demeaning, was deliberately calibrated to reflect the real economic pressures facing working American families in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Several writers on the show's early staff came from working-class backgrounds and brought a genuine understanding of what it felt like to live paycheck to paycheck. Homer's financial struggles are not played purely for comedy. They are the engine of many of the show's most grounded and emotionally resonant storylines. Fact number 40. The show's writers have a long tradition of hiding references to Harvard, the university where many of them studied, throughout episodes. These range from obvious jokes to nearly imperceptible background details. Several writers on the show's classic era were graduates of the Harvard Lampoon, the university's famed humor magazine, and the relationship between the Lampoon and the Simpsons writing staff is deep and long-standing. The Harvard connection has occasionally been a source of gentle self-parody within the show itself, which is aware of the apparent incongruity of Ivy League graduates writing jokes about a working-class family in a fictional Midwestern town. Fact number 41. The show's music has always been handled with unusual care for an animated series. Alf Clausen served as the show's composer from Season 2 through Season 28, creating original orchestral scores for every episode. Clausen's approach was to write full dramatic scores rather than the canned music typical of animated shows, treating each episode as a small film rather than a cartoon. His replacement by a library music system in Season 29 was met with significant fan criticism and sadness among those who had followed the show's musical identity closely over the decades. Fact number 42. The show has a deliberate tradition of including a joke in every episode that is so obscure or so quickly delivered that it is essentially invisible on first viewing. These are sometimes called freeze-frame gags, moments designed to reward attentive viewers and repeat watchings. Signs in the background of scenes, chalkboard gags visible for a fraction of a second, books with absurd titles on shelves, and names on documents that flick past during montages are all examples. The density of these hidden jokes has been one of the show's most consistently praised qualities, creating a kind of layered experience where different viewers encounter different levels of the show's humor. Fact number 43. The show's relationship with Fox as a network has been complex and occasionally contentious over the decades. The most famous tension involves the show's willingness to satirize Fox News and the Murdoch media empire, which theoretically controls the network that airs The Simpsons. The show has repeatedly lampooned Fox News directly, sometimes including the network's own logo and branding in satirical segments. The fact that a Fox property is allowed to mock Fox's news division with relative impunity has been noted by media critics as one of the stranger arrangements in American broadcasting history. Fact number 44. The show's international popularity has produced some fascinating local adaptations of the Springfield worldview. In Japan, the show developed a cult following that emphasized different aspects of the humor than American audiences tended to focus on. In the United Kingdom, where the show has always had a strong fan base, certain episodes dealing with American cultural specifics were received with particular delight as the satire translated naturally to British audiences familiar with their own versions of the same problems. Springfield, it turns out, is not uniquely American. It is a universal condition dressed in American clothes. Fact number 45. The first episode of The Simpsons to directly acknowledge the show's own unlikely longevity came in the show's 23rd season, in an episode called At Long Last Leave. In that episode, the entire town of Springfield votes to expel the Simpson family after determining that they have caused more damage to the community than any other single family in the town's history. The episode is partly a meditation on what it means to have been running for more than 2 decades, and it treats the absurdity of its own duration with a mixture of pride and self-awareness that became more common as the show moved deeper into territory that no long-running series had ever explored before. And that brings us to the end of our first section. 45 facts about the world Springfield was built from, the choices that created it, and the strange, improbable journey from a waiting room sketch to the longest-running animated series in the history of American television. If you're watching this in the middle of the night, or drifting off slowly in the dark, I'd love to know where you are right now. Drop a comment with your location and the time you're watching from. There's something quietly wonderful about knowing that someone in one corner of the world is falling asleep to Springfield, while someone else in a completely different time zone is just starting their evening with the same show. And if you haven't already, subscribe. There is a lot more Springfield ahead of us tonight. Let's keep going. Section 2. The Simpson Family Hidden Details, Secrets, and Untold Stories. Facts 46 through 90. Fact number 46. Homer Simpson's middle name is Jay. It appears on several official documents throughout the show's run, including his driver's license and various Springfield municipal records. The name has never been given any particular significance within the show's storylines. It exists simply as a character detail, one of those small pieces of specificity that the writers embedded into the world to make it feel more real. Homer J. Simpson. The J is never explained. It just sits there, quietly, the way middle names often do. Fact number 47. Marge Simpson's maiden name is Bouvier. This is established early in the show's run and becomes relevant in several episodes that explore Marge's family history, including her relationships with her sisters Patty and Selma. The Bouvier family, as depicted in the show, is characterized by a combination of pretension and mediocrity, a family that considers itself a cut above the working-class world it actually inhabits. The name itself is a real French surname, and there is a gentle joke embedded in it about the gap between the family's self-image and their actual circumstances. Fact number 48. Bart's full name is Bartholomew Jojo Simpson, a fact that his teachers occasionally deploy to devastating effect. The name Bartholomew is one of the most formal, dignified names imaginable for a child who represents everything informal and undignified about American boyhood, and that contrast is entirely deliberate. The middle name Jojo was added later in the show's run and has been referenced in multiple episodes. Bart's reaction to hearing his full name is reliably one of horror and deflation, which is the appropriate reaction to being called Bartholomew Jojo in front of your peers. Fact number 49. Lisa Simpson was born on a Thursday. This is established in the episode I Married Marge, which shows a flashback to the period around Bart's birth and establishes the timeline of the family's early history. Lisa's birth, when it comes in the show's chronology, follows a period of significant financial and marital stress for Homer and Marge, and the episode handles the transition from one child to two with genuine warmth. The show's depiction of Homer as a young father, fumbling and overwhelmed but fundamentally devoted, is among the most human portrayals the character receives. Fact number 50. Maggie Simpson's name was chosen partly because it rhymes with Marge, creating a small internal musical quality to the family's naming conventions. Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, Maggie. The names have a rhythm to them, a domestic cadence that sounds like a roll call at a family dinner. Groening has talked about wanting the names to feel like they could belong to a real American family, without being either too generic or too unusual. He largely succeeded. These are names that feel lived in. Names that sound like they come from a specific place and time, without being anchored so firmly to that place and time that they lose their universality. Fact number 51. Homer's weight has been a source of both comedy and genuine pathos throughout the show. In various episodes, his weight has been measured, discussed, and lamented by doctors, family members, and Homer himself. The show has never given a consistent number, but estimates based on Homer's described height and depicted size put him somewhere between 239 and 260 pounds depending on the episode. What is more interesting than the number is how the show handles the subject. Homer's relationship with food is depicted as one of genuine pleasure and genuine sadness simultaneously, a source of joy that is also a source of damage, and the show rarely allows either aspect to dominate without the other being present. Fact number 52. Marge's towering blue hair has been explained in the show's canon in a few different ways over the years. The most straightforward explanation offered within the show itself is that Marge's hair is naturally blue, a detail that exists alongside her yellow skin as part of Springfield's quietly abnormal biological reality. In one episode, it is suggested that Marge's hair is actually a very dark gray that appears blue under certain lighting conditions. In another, there is a brief implication that the hair is dyed. The show has never committed to a single explanation, which is consistent with its broader approach to questions about Springfield's biological anomalies. Fact number 53. Homer Simpson has held, by various counts, between 200 and 300 different jobs across the show's run, depending on how you define a job and whether you count brief appearances in particular occupations. He has been a food critic, a monorail conductor, a boxer, a country music manager, a missionary, a grifter, a security guard, a chauffeur, a personal assistant, a snowplow operator, a sanitation commissioner, a film producer, a mascot, and dozens of other things. Each of these occupations provides the premise for an episode and is then forgotten by the following week. The floating timeline ensures that Homer's wildly varied career history sits in his past without any of it affecting his present employment at the nuclear power plant. Fact number 54. Lisa Simpson's saxophone is a tenor sax. This detail matters because the tenor saxophone occupies an interesting position in jazz history, associated with some of the most emotionally expressive and intellectually demanding playing in the genre, players like John Coltrane, Sonny Rollins, and Lester Young. Lisa's instrument of choice says something specific about her character. She could have played the clarinet, a more conventionally school band appropriate instrument. She could have played the flute, a more stereotypically girlish choice. Instead, she plays the instrument most associated with deep feeling and intellectual seriousness in an American vernacular tradition. It is exactly the right instrument for her. Fact number 55. Marge has been shown to have several hidden or suppressed talents throughout the show's run, including a significant aptitude for painting. In the episode Brush with Greatness, Marge discovers a dormant talent for visual art that she abandoned years earlier under discouraging circumstances. The painting she creates of Ringo Starr, based on a real-life experience from her youth, becomes a critical success. The episode is one of the show's most sympathetic depictions of what happens to talent when it is not supported or encouraged, and it gives Marge, who is often defined primarily in relation to her family's needs, a genuine, creative interior life. Fact number 56. Bart's academic struggles are not simply a running joke about a lazy child. Several episodes explore the genuine possibility that Bart has an undiagnosed learning disability that makes traditional academic instruction inaccessible to him. In the episode Bart Gets an F, which was the highest-rated episode of the show's second season, Bart's desperate struggle to pass a history test is handled with surprising emotional weight. The episode ends not with Bart suddenly succeeding, but with him improving just enough to squeak by, and his tearful response to that modest achievement, after genuine effort, is one of the show's most unexpectedly moving moments. Fact number 57. The relationship between Homer and Marge is one of the longest-running depictions of a working marriage in the history of American television. The show has explored their relationship in extraordinary depth, over 36 seasons, revisiting their courtship, testing their commitment, and finding new dimensions in a dynamic that most shows would have exhausted in a fraction of the time. What keeps the relationship dramatically alive is the show's willingness to acknowledge that Homer is genuinely difficult to be married to, and that Marge's patience is a choice she makes continuously rather than a passive character trait. Their marriages work, and the show respects that. Fact number 58. Homer Simpson's IQ was stated in one episode to be 55. This figure was provided by the show's own creator, Matt Groening, in a commentary, and it has been treated as canonical by fans ever since. An IQ of 55 falls in the range classified as moderate intellectual disability in clinical psychology. This makes Homer's continued employment at a nuclear power plant in any capacity, let alone as a safety inspector, one of the most sustained dark jokes in the show's history. The gap between the qualifications required for Homer's job and Homer's actual cognitive abilities is an abyss that the show peers into regularly and then cheerfully looks away from. Fact number 59. Maggie's first word in the show's canon was spoken in a special episode and voiced by Elizabeth Taylor, one of the most celebrated film actors of the 20th century. The word was Daddy. Taylor was cast specifically because her voice carried such extraordinary weight of meaning, and the decision to use her for a single spoken word was one of the show's most elegant casting choices. The episode aired in 1992, and the moment of Maggie's first word was treated as a genuine event within the show's world, surrounded by build-up and delivered with careful emotional timing. It was then, characteristically, essentially never repeated. Fact number 60. The Simpson house at 742 Evergreen Terrace is one of the most famous fictional addresses in American popular culture. The house's layout has been depicted inconsistently across the show's run, with the number of rooms, the position of staircases, and the size of the basement all varying significantly between episodes. This is partly a consequence of the show's approach to set design, which prioritizes what is needed for each scene over architectural consistency. Several fans have attempted to create definitive floor plans of the Simpson house by reconciling all available visual information, with results that require significant creative interpretation to make the available evidence cohere. Fact number 61. Homer's love of beer is most specifically expressed through his devotion to Duff beer, which is the only beer brand that exists in any meaningful way within Springfield's commercial landscape. Duff is ubiquitous in Springfield, sponsored at sporting events, advertised on billboards, and available at every bar and convenience store. The brand has achieved a kind of real-world resonance through the show's depiction of it, and Duff beer merchandise has been sold commercially in various markets. There is an irony in the show's satire of American commercial beer culture, producing genuine demand for the fictional commercial beer it was satirizing. Fact number 62. Bart's catchphrases, including "Don't have a cow," "Man and eat my shorts," and "Ay, caramba," were all developed organically during the show's early production, rather than being planned as marketing devices. Groening and the writers were surprised by how quickly these phrases entered the cultural mainstream, with children across the country adopting Bart's language almost immediately after the show's debut. The phenomenon of a fictional character's invented speech patterns becoming real-world vernacular is not unique in entertainment history, but the speed and scale at which Bart's language spread was unusual enough to genuinely surprise everyone involved in making the show. Fact number 63. Lisa's passion for environmental causes, animal rights, and vegetarianism were introduced gradually over the show's early seasons and reflect genuine values of some of the show's writers. The episode Lisa the Vegetarian, in which Lisa permanently adopts a vegetarian diet after bonding with a lamb at a petting zoo, is one of the show's most clearly advocacy-driven installments. The production team worked with Paul and Linda McCartney to create the episode, and one of the conditions of Paul McCartney's guest appearance was that Lisa would remain a vegetarian permanently in subsequent episodes. This commitment has been honored throughout the show's run. Lisa is still a vegetarian decades later. Fact number 64. Homer's relationship with his father Abe, also known as Grandpa Simpson, is one of the show's most consistently melancholic dynamics. Homer treats his father with a combination of genuine love and profound neglect, visiting him at the Springfield retirement castle with varying frequency and often failing to follow through on promises. The show handles this relationship with unusual honesty, Homer's neglect of his father is not entirely excused by his fundamental goodness as a character. It is simply acknowledged as one of his genuine failings, a failure that the show depicts with enough specificity that it registers as a real human dynamic rather than a cartoon shorthand. Fact number 65. Marge's sisters, Patty and Selma Bouvier, were designed as a kind of dark reflection of what Marge might have become without Homer. They are bitter, chain-smoking, deeply unhappy women who work at the DMV and find Marge's domestic life alternately enviable and contemptible. Their hostility toward Homer is one of the show's most consistent running dynamics. What is interesting is that the show occasionally complicates this hostility by showing moments of genuine sisterly warmth between Marge and her sisters, making it clear that the relationship, while difficult, is also real and important to all three of them. Fact number 66. The show has depicted the birth of all three Simpson children across various flashback episodes, giving each birth a distinct emotional context that reflects where Homer and Marge were in their relationship at the time. Bart was born during a period of financial stress and early marital tension. Lisa was born after Homer had made a more stable career commitment. Maggie was born after what appeared to be a period of relative stability, making her arrival a surprising development rather than a planned one. Each birth scene is handled with more genuine emotion than viewers typically expect from a comedy, particularly the scene depicting Maggie's birth, which is among the most warmly rendered moments in the show's history. Fact number 67. Homer's extreme susceptibility to hypnosis is a recurring plot device across multiple episodes. He has been hypnotized into various states and behaviors by several different characters, usually with comedic results. The susceptibility is framed as a consequence of his cognitive profile, the idea being that a mind with limited critical filtering is also a mind with limited resistance to suggestion. Whether or not this is accurate to how hypnosis actually works is beside the point. Within the show's internal logic, Homer's hypnosis proneness is entirely consistent with everything else the show tells us about how his brain operates. Fact number 68. Lisa has a recurring fantasy of one day leaving Springfield and attending an elite university, a fantasy the show has depicted in multiple flash-forward episodes. In the most famous of these, Lisa's wedding, she is shown as a young adult woman engaged to a British man and attending what appears to be a prestigious English university. The episode handles the tension between Lisa's aspirations and her love for her family with real delicacy. She ultimately chooses to maintain her connection to her family rather than allow her ambitions to sever it, which is presented as a genuine choice rather than a sacrifice. Fact number 69. Bart's troubled relationship with authority figures, particularly Principal Skinner and Sideshow Bob, provides the framework for some of the show's most cinematically ambitious episodes. The Sideshow Bob episodes, in which Bart's recurring nemesis attempts various elaborate schemes to kill him, are deliberately styled after Alfred Hitchcock films and classic mystery thrillers. The show's writers have talked about the creative freedom these episodes provided, allowing the team to engage with film grammar in ways that pure comedy writing did not naturally accommodate. Fact number 70. Marge's gambling addiction, explored in the episode Dollar Springfield, was one of the show's earliest examples of tackling genuine addiction without reducing the subject to pure comedy. The episode depicts the allure and progressive pull of gambling with enough specificity that it feels grounded in research rather than assumption. Marge's addiction is shown developing through recognizable stages, and the show does not resolve it easily. The episode ends with Marge acknowledging her problem rather than overcoming it in a single, neat arc, which was unusual for network television comedy of that period. Fact number 71. Homer's fear of being perceived as unintelligent or foolish by his family is a recurring emotional undercurrent that the show rarely states directly but depicts consistently. Many of Homer's most reckless decisions can be understood as attempts to impress people he loves, at the expense of any realistic assessment of his own capabilities. He will attempt things he cannot do because the alternative, admitting limitation in front of his children or his wife, is more painful than failure. This dynamic gives Homer's most absurd misadventures an emotional logic that prevents them from feeling arbitrary. Fact number 72. The family's television set, which Homer is famously never far from, is an old tube television in the early seasons that gradually transitions to a flat screen in later ones. This transition, which happens gradually and without comment, is one of the show's quiet acknowledgments that the world around Springfield changes even as the characters do not. The television itself is a kind of marker of time passing in the real world while being invisible to the characters watching it. There is something gently poetic about a show that revolves partly around watching television, slowly updating the television its characters watch. Fact number 73. Bart's treehouse is one of the show's most evocative locations, associated with childhood freedom and masculine camaraderie in a way that few other locations in Springfield manage. It appears across dozens of episodes and represents a space that is genuinely Bart's own, outside the authority of school, parents, and institutional Springfield. Several of the show's most emotionally resonant Bart-centric episodes involve the treehouse, particularly those that deal with friendship, growing up, and the specific kind of loyalty that forms between boys in the years before adulthood complicates everything. Fact number 74. The Simpson family has owned and lost multiple pets across the show's run beyond Santa's Little Helper. They have adopted cats, birds, horses, and various other animals, each of which tends to feature prominently in a specific episode and then quietly disappear from subsequent ones. Snowball, the family cat, has technically been replaced by multiple different cats over the years, each given the same name to maintain the illusion of continuity. The show treated the death of the original Snowball with more gravity than pet deaths typically receive in animated series, and the return of a new Snowball named Snowball the Second, and eventually others, was handled with wry acknowledgement of the show's own inconsistencies. Fact number 75. Homer's inability to learn from his mistakes, which could simply be lazy writing, is actually one of the show's most psychologically accurate character traits. The episodic reset that returns Homer to his baseline state between episodes mirrors the real experience of people whose cognitive profiles make sustained behavioral change genuinely difficult. Homer wants to do better. He frequently resolves to do better, and then he does not, because his brain is not wired to sustain the kind of learning that behavioral change requires. The show never quite says this directly, but it is embedded in the pattern of Homer's failures across 36 years of episodes. Fact number 76. Lisa's vegetarianism aside, the Simpson family's dietary habits are one of the show's most consistent sources of characterization. Homer's voracious appetite, Marge's attempts to introduce vegetables and balance into family meals, Bart's preference for junk food, and Maggie's exclusive dependence on milk and the occasional solid food all paint a specific portrait of an American household's relationship with eating. Food in The Simpsons functions as a language for expressing emotional states, class anxieties, and family dynamics in ways that the show returns to repeatedly. Fact number 77. Bart's relationship with his sister Lisa is one of the show's most carefully maintained emotional threads. They bicker constantly, mock each other reflexively, and occupy opposite positions on nearly every cultural and intellectual spectrum the show explores. But underneath all of that, the show has consistently demonstrated that Bart loves his sister in a way that he would never articulate and rarely acts on directly. The moments when that love becomes visible are among the show's most quietly affecting, precisely because they come against the grain of everything the sibling dynamic normally presents. Fact number 78. Marge's voice, with its distinctive low rasp, is the result of a deliberate creative choice by voice actress Julie Kavner, who decided early in the show's development that Marge should sound like someone who has spent years absorbing the noise of a loud household without ever quite losing her own emotional clarity underneath it. Kavner has spoken about the care she takes to maintain the specific quality of Marge's voice, and she reportedly limits how much she speaks in her natural voice in public to protect the vocal instrument that has defined the character across decades. Fact number 79. Homer's strangling of Bart, one of the show's most persistently recurring physical gags, was originally intended as a one-time joke. The image of Homer seizing Bart by the throat as a response to his son's provocations quickly became something audiences anticipated and responded to, and the writing team incorporated it as a regular feature. In later seasons, the gag has occasionally been used self-referentially, with characters acknowledging within the show's universe that this is something Homer does, which adds a strange meta-dimension to what started as a simple cartoon violence joke. Fact number 80. Marge's hidden gambling episode notwithstanding, she is the Simpson family member most associated with hidden reserves of strength and capability. Multiple episodes have shown Marge excelling in fields she enters without prior training, from becoming a police officer to discovering talent as a painter to demonstrating unexpected physical strength. The show treats these capabilities not as inconsistencies in her character, but as signs of what Marge might have become had her life taken different paths. Each revelation of hidden ability is simultaneously a small celebration and a gentle tragedy. Fact number 81. Homer's relationship with music is one of the show's more underexplored dimensions. He has been shown singing, playing instruments, and in one memorable episode, becoming a member of a successful barbershop quartet called the B-Sharps. The Barbershop Quartet episode is famous partly for its affectionate parody of Beatlemania, but also for depicting Homer in a context where he is genuinely talented at something. The episode handles Homer's brief brush with fame and the ambivalence it creates with a warmth that makes it one of the show's most rewatchable installments. Fact number 82. Lisa's saxophone playing in the show is actually performed by real musicians for each episode's musical sequences. The show has always taken its music seriously, and Lisa's jazz solos are genuine jazz improvisations performed by professional musicians. Several well-known jazz saxophonists have contributed to the show's soundtrack without receiving prominent credit. Their performances woven into the fabric of episodes that use Lisa's music as an emotional anchor. The commitment to using real jazz performance rather than generic cartoon music gives Lisa's musical scenes a quality that distinguishes them from similar moments in other animated shows. Fact number 83. The show has depicted Bart and Lisa's school experiences across more episodes than almost any other recurring setting. Springfield Elementary, with its underfunded programs, its erratic administration, and its cast of damaged and determined teachers, functions as a kind of microcosm of American public education. The show's approach to this material is consistently empathetic to teachers, while being clear-eyed about the institutional failures that make their jobs so difficult. Mrs. Krabappel, Bart's fourth-grade teacher, is one of the show's most complex supporting characters precisely because her failures and her genuine commitment to her students are always visible simultaneously. Fact number 84. Homer's car, a 1986 Plymouth Valiant in early seasons, has been changed, destroyed, and replaced so many times across the show's run that keeping track of it requires significant fan dedication. The car's repeated destruction is partly a consequence of Homer's driving habits, and partly a running acknowledgement of the financial precarity of a working-class family that cannot afford to maintain a reliable vehicle. The car is never a symbol of status or freedom in the way it often functions in American cultural narratives. It is a necessary appliance that frequently fails when it is most needed. Fact number 85. Marge has a recurring problem with controlling her anxiety, which the show has depicted in several episodes with surprising specificity. Her anxiety is presented not as a comedic quirk, but as a genuine management challenge that affects her relationships, her decision-making, and her sense of her own capability. The show's willingness to depict a female character's anxiety as a real and sometimes limiting condition rather than a punchline was, in the context of early 1990s network television, somewhat unusual. Fact number 86. Bart's left-handedness is one of those character details that the show established early and has maintained consistently. He writes with his left hand, plays sports left-handed, and the show occasionally acknowledges the mild social friction that comes with left-handedness in a right-handed world. This small detail was chosen partly because left-handedness has traditionally been associated with creativity and rebellion, both of which are central to Bart's character, and partly because Matt Groening is himself left-handed. Fact number 87. The dynamic between Homer and Marge serves as the show's emotional spine in a way that few viewers consciously recognize, but that they respond to instinctively. When the marriage is stable and loving, episodes can go in almost any direction and retain their emotional coherence. When the marriage is under threat, everything else in the show's world feels slightly destabilized. The writers understand this and use the marriage's health as a kind of emotional thermostat for the entire series, calibrating how much tension the show can sustain at any given moment, based on how securely Homer and Marge are anchored to each other. Fact number 88. Lisa's friendship with her neighbor Janie Powell is one of those Springfield relationships that exists at the edge of the show's attention without ever quite being developed fully. Janie appears regularly in Springfield Elementary scenes and is clearly Lisa's closest peer friend, but the show has never dedicated significant time to their friendship the way it has to other character relationships. This creates an interesting gap in the show's portrait of Lisa, whose most important emotional relationships are with her family rather than with peers, which is itself a revealing character detail. Fact number 89. The Simpson family's finances have been depicted with a specificity unusual for a network sitcom. Homer's salary at the nuclear power plant has been referenced in specific dollar amounts across several episodes. The amounts given are consistent with a working-class income in the late 1980s and early 1990s, though they are clearly insufficient to support the lifestyle the family occasionally enjoys in more plot-convenience-driven episodes. The show's writers have talked about trying to keep the family's financial reality grounded in genuine working-class experience, though the demands of specific episode plots have sometimes made that consistency difficult to maintain. Fact number 90. The Simpson family's house, their neighborhood, their daily routines, and their social world were all constructed to feel deeply ordinary while harboring an extraordinary amount of detail. Groening's original vision was of a show that would reward close attention, where background details and throwaway lines accumulated into something richer than the sum of their parts. After 36 seasons, that accumulated richness is almost impossible to fully inventory. The show's world is dense with more than 3 decades of layered detail, and new viewers approaching it for the first time are encountering a place with more history embedded in its walls than most television settings accumulate in a fraction of the time. Section 3. Mr. Burns, Smithers, and the power plant The Dark Engine of Springfield. Facts 91 through 135. Fact number 91. Charles Montgomery Plantagenet Schicklgruber Burns, to use his full canonical name, is one of the most fully realized villain characters in the history of American television comedy. He is not simply a rich man who is also cruel. He is a rich man whose cruelty has been so thoroughly normalized by his own history and circumstances that he no longer recognizes it as unusual. Burns was separated from his beloved childhood teddy bear as a young boy, an event the show treats as a genuine formative trauma, and the loss of that innocence is presented as the moment from which everything dark about his character flows. He is a man for whom tenderness became inaccessible at a very early age, and the show occasionally allows you to see what lives behind the inaccessibility. Fact number 92. Burns's age has never been definitively established in the show's canon. The show has given various figures across different episodes, ranging from implausibly old to merely extremely old. He has referenced personal experiences from the late 19th century. He attended Yale University, an institution that appears in his backstory with some consistency. He served in World War II, which would place his birth no later than the early 1920s and potentially much earlier. The show's writers have clearly enjoyed keeping his exact age ambiguous, using it as a source of ongoing jokes about his impossibly extended lifespan without ever needing to commit to a specific birth year. Fact number 93. Waylon Smithers, Burns's devoted assistant, has one of the most complex emotional arcs in the show's supporting cast. His devotion to Burns is total and encompasses both professional dedication and a romantic attachment that the show handled with considerable delicacy across its run, eventually addressing directly in later seasons. What is interesting about Smithers is that his attachment to Burns is not simply a joke at his expense. The show has repeatedly shown Smithers as a capable, intelligent person whose talents are subordinated entirely to the service of a man who does not fully deserve them. The tragedy of Smithers is not his love. It is his choice of its object. Fact number 94. Burns's voice, as performed by Harry Shearer, is one of the great character voice performances in the history of animation. Shearer developed the voice gradually during the show's early seasons, drawing on a combination of influences including classic Hollywood villain archetypes and a specific kind of patrician New England manner of speaking that communicates wealth as a birthright rather than an achievement. The voice is simultaneously menacing and absurd, capable of delivering genuine menace in one moment and complete bathos in the next. It is the voice of a man who has been the most important person in every room he has ever entered and who has absolutely no idea what to do when that is not the case. Fact number 95. The nuclear power plant's safety record, as depicted across the show's run, is genuinely catastrophic by any reasonable measure. Beyond the 342 violations found during the famous safety inspection, the plant has experienced near meltdowns, actual radiation leaks, structural failures, and worker safety incidents too numerous to catalog completely. The show uses these incidents primarily as comedy fodder, but the cumulative picture they paint of an industrial facility operating with complete disregard for safety or regulatory compliance is, when viewed in aggregate, something closer to horror than comedy. Fact number 96. Burns's teddy bear Bobo is the central object in one of the show's most celebrated multi-episode storylines. The bear, which was separated from young Montgomery Burns when he chose a more enticing toy, passes through decades of American history before eventually being found inside a bag of ice purchased by Homer at the Quick E-Mart. The episode Rosebud, which takes its title from Citizen Kane's famous final word, is an extended meditation on the relationship between wealth, power, and the specific kind of emotional deprivation that comes from having everything except the one thing you actually want. It is one of the show's most Wellesian episodes and one of its best. Fact number 97. The relationship between Burns and Homer is more complex than it initially appears. Burns is Homer's employer and in many episodes his tormentor, the man who repeatedly fails to remember Homer's name despite Homer having worked for him for years. But the show has also depicted moments of genuine connection between them, usually when Burns is at his most vulnerable. In these moments, Homer's fundamental warmth and empathy emerge as a strange comfort to a man who has spent his entire life surrounded by people who fear or flatter him. Burns does not know what to do with someone who simply treats him like a person, which says something profound about the life he has built. Fact number 98. Homer's incompetence at his nuclear safety inspector job is not merely a running joke, but a carefully maintained plot device. Homer's failure to perform his job adequately keeps the plant's violations ongoing, which serves Burns's financial interests. This creates a strange symbiosis where Burns's retention of Homer as an employee is simultaneously a consequence of his inability to remember Homer's name and a practical decision that keeps the facility's problems from being addressed. Whether this is intentional on Burns's part or simply fortunate for him, is something the show deliberately leaves ambiguous. Fact number 99. Smithers has been shown, in various episodes, to have a life outside of his service to Burns that is substantially richer and more interesting than his professional role might suggest. He has hobbies, friends, and interests that are occasionally glimpsed before being subordinated again to his devotion to his employer. The show has repeatedly implied that Smithers could have a fulfilling independent life if he were willing to step away from Burns, and the tragedy of the character is his consistent choice not to. The door is always open. Smithers simply never walks through it. Fact number 100. Burns's home, Burns Manor, is depicted as an enormous labyrinthine mansion filled with the accumulated possessions of a man who has had a century or more to acquire things. The house contains a bowling alley, a slaughterhouse, a hedge maze, and various other elaborate amenities. Its most notable feature, from a storytelling perspective, is its hound release system, through which Burns can deploy a pack of attack dogs against unwanted visitors with the pull of a lever. The phrase "release the hounds" has become one of the show's most quoted lines, delivered with a casual authority that makes the act of weaponizing animals against other human beings sound like a completely normal administrative decision. Fact number 101. The three-eyed fish named Blinky, which appeared in the show's second season and became a symbol of the power plant's environmental impact, was based on real concerns about the relationship between nuclear facilities and mutations in local wildlife. Stories of animals with unusual physical characteristics found near industrial pollution sites were appearing in news coverage during the late 1980s when the episode was written. The writers took a real environmental concern and distilled it into a single image, a cartoon fish with an extra eye, that was simultaneously absurd and pointed. The fish's brief moment of national prominence within the show's universe, and Burns's forced consumption of it on live television, remains one of the sharpest pieces of environmental satire the show ever produced. Fact number 102. Burns's past involvement in the biological weapons industry, revealed in the episode Mother Simpson, adds a dimension to his character that the show largely does not return to after that episode. The revelation that he once operated a germ warfare laboratory in Springfield, in addition to the nuclear plant, positions him not merely as a rapacious industrialist but as something considerably darker, a man who has profited from technologies designed specifically to cause mass death. The episode handles this revelation matter-of-factly, without dwelling on its implications, which is its own kind of commentary on how easily such things can be normalized when they happen at sufficient distance from the people who suffer their consequences. Fact number 103. The episode in which Burns blocks out the son who shot Mr. Burns is based partly on real historical examples of industrial interests actively fighting against practices that would benefit the public but harm their commercial interests. The solar energy angle in the episode is specifically chosen to represent the conflict between renewable energy development and fossil fuel interests, which was already a significant policy debate when the episode aired in 1995. Burns's motivation for building the sun-blocking disc is explicitly to force Springfield residents to purchase electricity from his plant by eliminating their access to free solar power. The satire is broad, but the underlying point is precise. Fact number 104. Smithers's surname is never explained within the show's canon. He is Waylon Smithers, and that is essentially all the show tells us about his background before his employment with Burns. Unlike many Springfield characters, who have backstories that emerge across episodes, Smithers's life before Burns has been only minimally sketched. The implication is that for Smithers, there is no meaningful before Burns. His professional and emotional life began with that relationship and has been defined entirely by it ever since. Fact number 105. Burns has been shown in several episodes to have an almost total inability to recognize or relate to poverty, not from cruelty exactly, but from a kind of genuine incomprehension. He has no experiential framework for understanding what it means to struggle financially. In one famous episode, he purchases a controlling interest in the Springfield nuclear power plant for slightly less than its actual value and considers it a bargain, with no awareness of what that sum of money means to people who earn it through labor rather than investment. His incomprehension is played for comedy, but it is also one of the show's sharpest observations about the way extreme wealth warps perception. Fact number 106. The power plant's workforce beyond Homer is depicted infrequently, but with enough consistency to establish that it is staffed largely by people who have limited options and who stay in jobs they find demeaning, because the alternatives are worse. Lenny and Carl, Homer's closest friends at the plant, both have more education and capability than their positions require, which is another one of those background details the show plants without emphasizing. Lenny has a master's degree. Carl is essentially overqualified for reactor monitoring. They are there because Springfield's economy does not offer them better alternatives, and Burns is there to exploit that fact. Fact number 107. Burns's medical situation, as depicted across multiple episodes, is one of the show's most sustained and specific pieces of world building. The weekly medical treatments that keep him alive, the Three Stooges syndrome of simultaneous diseases holding each other in check, and the extraordinary effort required simply to keep his body functioning are all details that have been introduced at different points in the show's run and never retracted. They accumulate into a portrait of a man whose survival is an ongoing industrial project requiring constant maintenance, which is a darkly appropriate metaphor for someone who runs an actual industrial facility. Fact number 108. The dynamic between Burns and Smithers has been parodied and referenced in popular culture so many times that the dynamic it represents, the devoted assistant in love with the oblivious employer, has become something close to an archetype. What distinguishes the show's version from simpler treatments of this dynamic is that Burns is not merely oblivious to Smithers's feelings. He is aware of them in some vague way and comfortable with them, as long as they do not require him to reciprocate. Burns keeps Smithers close because Smithers's devotion is useful. The self-awareness this represents is, in its way, a form of cruelty more specific than simple obliviousness would be. Fact number 109. The power plant was used in several episodes as a backdrop for workplace comedy that drew heavily on the experiences of writers who had worked in genuinely soul-crushing corporate environments before joining the show. Homer's relationship with his sector, his workstation, and the daily rhythms of a job that requires his physical presence without his genuine engagement reflects something real about how large institutions manage human labor. The comedy of Homer sleeping at his console or bringing a donut to a meltdown warning is funnier because it is recognizable, because everyone who has ever worked in a large organization has witnessed some version of the gap between what a job is supposed to require and what it actually demands. Fact number 110. Burns's full name, Charles Montgomery Plantagenet Schicklgruber Burns, contains a historical reference that is easy to miss. Adolf Hitler's father was born with the surname Schicklgruber before changing it to Hitler, a fact that was occasionally referenced during the war years as a way of making the dictator seem less formidable. The inclusion of Schicklgruber in Burns's name is a writer's joke about the kind of person who chooses to use a name associated with historical villainy as a marker of identity, or perhaps simply an acknowledgement that Burns is the kind of person who has so many names that some of them are bound to have unfortunate associations. Fact number 111. Burns's Harvard education is occasionally referenced alongside his Yale connection, which creates a minor internal inconsistency that the show never bothers to resolve. Whether he attended both, attended one and claims the other, or whether the writers simply did not maintain careful continuity on this point is unclear. Both universities appear in his backstory at different points. What is consistent is the implication that Burns's formal education, wherever it occurred, took place during a period when the curriculum was substantially different from its modern equivalent, and that his worldview was shaped by institutions and assumptions that have not survived into the present in any recognizable form. Fact number 112. The plant's most famous recurring element beyond the reactor itself is Homer's workstation in Sector 7G, which is depicted as a fundamentally boring and thankless post from which Homer manages to sleep through alarms, cause accidents, and occasionally trigger genuine near disasters without anyone in the facility's management chain ever doing anything substantive about it. Sector 7G as a concept has become a cultural shorthand for the kind of middle management nowhere that organizational charts contain because no one ever bothered to eliminate it. It is a location defined entirely by its irrelevance to anything meaningful. Fact number 113. Smithers keeps a photograph of Burns on his computer desktop, which occasionally becomes visible in episodes set in his office. The photograph is of Burns, as he appeared in the show's early seasons, which, given the floating timeline, creates a quietly strange implication that Smithers has been carrying the same image of his employer across decades without updating it. Whether this is a continuity oversight or a deliberate character detail saying something about how Smithers experiences his employer, frozen in a particular image regardless of how Burns actually looks in the present, is another one of the show's pleasantly ambiguous choices. Fact number 114. The episode where German investors briefly take over the power plant, Homer and Apu, is particularly interesting for what it reveals about the plant's actual operational capabilities when competent management is applied. The German investors, in the brief time they control the facility, immediately begin modernizing it, improving safety, and treating the workforce with respect. The plant functions dramatically better under their management than it does under Burns. Burns's return and his rehiring of Homer is therefore not a comedy of restoration but a depressing return to purposeful dysfunction, which the show mostly plays for laughs but which carries a genuine critique underneath. Fact number 115. Burns has been shown at various points in the show's history to have a sentimental attachment to a very small number of things. Beyond Bobo the teddy bear, he has demonstrated affection for his personal physician, for Smithers, and in one memorable episode, for a simple can of vegetables that he wins in a contest and that briefly becomes the most important thing in his world. These moments of attachment are always presented as slightly ridiculous because the objects of his affection are always disproportionate to his wealth and power, which is the joke but also the tragedy. A man with everything finds that his genuine emotional responses are still simple and small. Fact number 116. The power plant as a workplace was partly inspired by safety incidents at real nuclear facilities in the years leading up to the show's creation. The accident at 3 Mile Island in 1979, which was still relatively fresh in public consciousness when the show debuted in 1989, and the Chernobyl disaster of 1986, both informed the show's approach to nuclear power as a subject. The show never makes these disasters explicit reference points, but their influence on how the writers imagined a fictional nuclear facility that had normalized disaster is unmistakable. Fact number 117. Burns's wealth has never been given a fully consistent figure across the show's run. He has been described as a billionaire, as one of the wealthiest men in America, and in one episode as the 36th richest person in the world. At other times, episodes imply his fortune is considerably more modest than these descriptions suggest. The inconsistency is largely a product of different writers needing Burns's wealth to function at different scales for different plot purposes. What remains consistent is the qualitative dimension of his wealth. It is old money, inherited and extended across generations, with roots deep enough that its specific size is almost beside the point. Fact number 1 118. Smithers' first name, Waylon, was chosen as a reference to Waylon Jennings, the country music artist. The name choice is a small joke about the contrast between the cultural associations of the name and the character who carries it. Waylon Jennings was an archetypal outlaw country persona, rugged and independent. Waylon Smithers is the opposite of rugged and independent in almost every imaginable way. The name sits on the character like a costume from a play he wandered into from a completely different production. Fact number 119. Burns's repeated failure to remember Homer's name, despite Homer working for him for decades and being involved in several significant incidents directly related to the plant, is one of the show's most sustained and specific jokes about the relationship between power and recognition. The wealthy and powerful do not necessarily need to know the names of those who serve them. The hierarchy of who knows whose name in any organization is a map of who matters to whom, and Burns's ignorance of Homer is a precise statement about Homer's position in that hierarchy. Homer finds it maddening. Burns finds it irrelevant. Fact number 120. The episode in which Burns and Homer go on a road trip together, Burns, Baby Burns, is one of the show's more unexpected explorations of the Burns character. It depicts him as someone capable of genuine, if limited, human connection when removed from the context of his professional power. Away from the plant, away from Smithers, away from the infrastructure of his dominance, Burns is revealed to be, if not exactly likable, at least comprehensible as a person rather than a symbol. The episode did not significantly alter the show's long-term depiction of him, but it added a dimension that the character's usual appearances did not provide. Fact number 121. The power plant's employee appreciation days and safety seminars, depicted in various episodes as perfunctory gestures toward worker welfare, are among the show's most accurate satirical observations about corporate culture. The gap between the language of employee appreciation and the reality of the working conditions it is meant to paper over is a tension that the show depicts, with the kind of specific, knowing detail that only comes from writers who have sat in conference rooms listening to exactly these kinds of presentations. The comedy comes from recognition, and the recognition is uncomfortable. Fact number 122. Burns's relationship with his own body is one of the show's strangest and most specific areas of characterization. He is intensely aware of his physical fragility and simultaneously contemptuous of it, treating his body as an obstacle to his ambitions rather than as something deserving of care or accommodation. His weekly treatments are not framed as self-care, but as necessary maintenance, like servicing a machine that he happens to be trapped inside. This attitude toward embodiment is unusual in a television character and contributes to the sense that Burns experiences himself primarily as a will that has had a body inconveniently attached to it. Fact number 123. Smithers has demonstrated, across multiple episodes, a range of skills and capabilities that go well beyond basic administrative assistance. He speaks multiple languages. He has medical knowledge sufficient to manage Burns's complex treatment regimen. He has physical capabilities that appear inconsistent with his slight frame, which the show occasionally deploys as a joke. He is, in effect, everything Burns needs him to be at any given moment, which is both a tribute to his competence and a somewhat troubling portrait of a person who has shaped himself entirely around another person's requirements. Fact number 124. The segment of the Simpsons universe that intersects with Burns, which includes the power plant, Burns Manor, and the various Springfield institutions that Burns's money controls, is the darkest quadrant of the show's world. It is where the show's satire of wealth and power is most direct and least cushioned by warmth. The Simpson home is full of chaos and love. The power plant is full of hazards and hierarchy. The contrast between these two worlds, which Homer navigates daily, is the show's most fundamental structural opposition. Fact number 125. Burns's occasional moments of vulnerability have been some of the show's most dramatically effective sequences. The scene in which he shuffles out of his medical treatment facility glowing green and stumbling through the woods, so saturated with radiation that animals flee from him and Homer mistakes him for an alien, is terrifying and pathetic simultaneously in a way that genuine dramatic comedy can be. He is the most powerful man in Springfield, utterly helpless in his own forest, stumbling toward his own home while Homer gathers a town to investigate him. The comedy and the horror are the same thing. Fact number 126. The power plant has functioned narratively as a microcosm of American capitalism through different historical periods. In the early episodes, its satirical target was the deregulated industrial era of the Reagan and Bush years. In the middle seasons, it absorbed critiques of corporate globalization. In later seasons, it has occasionally reflected more contemporary anxieties about the energy sector's relationship to environmental policy. The plant is a flexible satirical vehicle because it combines the most fundamental elements of industrial capitalism, resource extraction, labor exploitation, and regulatory capture in a single location. Fact number 127. Burns's relationship with time is one of his most unusual character attributes. He has lived through so much history that recent events often fail to register for him as particularly significant. He experiences the late 20th and early 21st century with the bemused detachment of someone who has already seen multiple eras come and go. His references to historical figures and events as personal acquaintances or direct experiences are one of the show's most consistent sources of comedy and also one of its most effective ways of characterizing extreme old age as a kind of permanent estrangement from the present. Fact number 128. Smithers has been used across multiple episodes to explore questions about what it means to devote yourself entirely to another person's project and whether a life structured around someone else's needs is still a meaningful life. The show has never resolved this question cleanly, which is to its credit. Smithers is neither presented as a tragic waste nor as an admirable example of devotion. He is presented as a person who has made a particular choice, for particular reasons, and who lives with the full complexity of what that choice entails. Fact number 129. Burns's empire, in addition to the power plant, has included at various points in the show's history a media company, a pharmaceutical division, the Springfield monorail during a period of ownership, various real estate holdings, and interests in industries ranging from mining to entertainment. The breadth of his holdings is depicted inconsistently, expanding and contracting as episode plots require, but the general impression it creates is of a man whose wealth is so diversified and so deeply embedded in Springfield's economic infrastructure that the town could not function without his capital, even if it wanted to. Fact number 130. The plant workers who appear most regularly alongside Homer, specifically Lenny Leonard and Carl Carlson, were developed over time into characters with genuine depth and individual histories. Lenny's various misfortunes, many of which involve injuries to his eye, became a running gag that the show eventually acknowledged directly within episodes. Carl's background was expanded in a later season episode that sent Homer and Carl to Iceland and explored Carl's Icelandic heritage in ways that surprised viewers who had known him primarily as a background presence. Both characters were given much more texture than their original utility, as Homer's workplace companions would have required. Fact number 131. Burns's motivation for building the sun-blocking device in Who Shot Mr. Burns was subject to significant revision during the episode's production. Earlier drafts of the script gave Burns more elaborate justifications for the project. The final version stripped his motivation down to its most essential form, pure commercial monopolism, which makes him both simpler and more disturbing as a villain. He is not trying to rule the world, he is trying to make sure everyone has to buy electricity from him. The smallness of the ambition is what makes it so unsettling. He is willing to steal the sun for a utility bill. Fact number 132. Smithers's loyalty to Burns has occasionally been tested in ways that suggest it has limits, though those limits are rarely actually reached. The episodes in which Smithers is dismissed by Burns, either temporarily or seemingly permanently, are among the most dramatically interesting of the Smithers-centric storylines, because they force the character to confront the question of who he is when he is not being Smithers, who works for Burns. The answer the show provides to this question is complicated and not entirely hopeful, but it is treated with more seriousness than the character's comedic role might suggest. Fact number 133. The power plant's reactor room has been the setting for some of the show's most technically specific comedy, featuring control panels and readouts that reference genuine nuclear engineering concepts. Homer's interaction with these controls, which typically involves ignoring or misinterpreting them at critical moments, functions as both comedy and a kind of sustained argument about the gap between the technical requirements of a dangerous job and the human reality of the people who perform it. The point is never quite made explicitly, but it is there in every scene where Homer eats a donut while an alarm sounds in the background. Fact number 134. Burns Manor has appeared in enough episodes and with enough consistent detail that it functions as a location with genuine narrative weight. Events that happen there feel different from events that happen in the Simpson house or at the power plant, because the manor represents Burns's private domain rather than his professional one. The manor has hosted parties, confrontations, revelations, and some of the show's most overtly gothic sequences, including the reveal of the Bobo Bear and the aftermath of Burns's shooting. It is a location that the show uses deliberately, bringing characters there when it wants the world of Burns's private self to become relevant to the main narrative. Fact number 135. Burns's survival of being shot by a baby, his recovery, his subsequent identification of the shooter, and his decision not to press charges or otherwise pursue the matter with any urgency is one of the most revealing things the show ever does with his character. A man who has spent his entire life fighting viciously for his interests chooses, in the aftermath of being shot, to attribute the crime to the least threatening possible person, and then essentially move on. Whether this represents mercy, pragmatism, confusion from his coma state, or something else entirely, has been one of the show's most pleasantly unresolved questions for nearly 30 years. Section 4. The supporting cast Springfield's strangest citizens. Facts 136 through 180. Fact number 136. Ned Flanders' full name is Nedward Flanders Jr., a name that manages to be both more formal and more absurd than the nickname everyone uses. The name Nedward is not a common name in any tradition or region, which is entirely appropriate for a character who is himself a kind of isolated phenomenon, a man who exists in Springfield without quite belonging to it in the way other characters do. Ned is of Springfield but not quite from it, spiritually and temperamentally. Fact number 137. The origin of Ned Flanders as a character was somewhat different from how he ultimately developed. In the show's very early conception, Ned was intended primarily as a foil for Homer, a neighbor whose success and competence would throw Homer's failures into relief. Over time, the writers became genuinely interested in Ned as a character in his own right, and the revelation that his relentless positivity is the product of childhood behavioral modification rather than natural temperament transformed him from a simple foil into one of the show's most layered supporting figures. Fact number 138. Ned's catchphrase vocabulary, his diddly and high diddly ho and various other folksy elaborations, was developed by voice actor Ed O'Neill and the show's writers together and has evolved gradually over the years. The linguistic pattern, in which Ned appears to start words and then redirect them into meaningless but cheerful syllables, has been interpreted by some fans as a linguistic tic associated with his behavioral conditioning, a habit of redirecting speech before it can approach anything dangerous or confrontational. Whether this reading was intended or is simply an engaging fan interpretation, it adds a dimension to a verbal quirk that otherwise functions as pure comedy. Fact number 139. Chief Clancy Wiggum of the Springfield Police Department is one of the show's most consistently amusing and consistently useless authority figures. His incompetence is not the casual negligence of a burned-out bureaucrat, but something more specific and somehow more forgivable. He is simply not very intelligent, not very observant, and not very motivated, but he carries these limitations with an absolute absence of self-awareness that prevents them from tipping into tragedy. Wiggum believes he is excellent at his job. The evidence suggests otherwise. He remains cheerful about this at all times. Fact number 140. Krusty the Clown's real name is Herschel Schmoikel Pinchas Yerucham Krustofsky, a name that is never used in the show except in moments of particular solemnity or confrontation. Krusty is one of the show's most complex supporting characters because his clown persona is explicitly understood by everyone within the show, including Krusty himself, to be a performance that has almost nothing to do with who he actually is. His real self, bitter, Jewish, complicated, estranged from his father, dependent on various self-destructive habits, is perpetually at war with the cheerful television presence he is required to maintain. Fact number 141. Krusty's father, Rabbi Hyman Krustofsky, voiced in his appearances by Jackie Mason, was the subject of one of the show's most celebrated episodes, Like Father Like Clown. The episode is a direct parody of The Jazz Singer, the 1927 film, about a Jewish entertainer's conflict between his religious heritage and his show business ambitions, and it handles the material with genuine affection for both the source text and the traditions it depicts. The episode won a Primetime Emmy Award and remains one of the most frequently cited examples of the show successfully marrying specific cultural reference with universal emotional resonance. Fact number 142. Sideshow Bob, born Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., is the show's most formally theatrical villain and the one whose relationship with his nemesis, Bart Simpson, has generated the most operatically plotted storylines. Bob is a genuine intellectual, an educated man of refined tastes, trapped in a cycle of humiliation and revenge that he cannot escape, partly because his self-regard will not allow him to accept that a 10-year-old boy keeps defeating him. The show has used Bob to explore questions about whether intelligence guarantees wisdom, and the answer it arrives at, consistently and comically, is that it absolutely does not. Fact number 143. Kelsey Grammer, who voices Sideshow Bob, has appeared in more episodes of The Simpsons than almost any other recurring guest performer. His contribution to Bob's character is central to its success. Grammer brings a specificity of theatrical diction to the role that turns what could be a cartoon villain into a genuinely distinctive personality. His delivery of Shakespeare while in prison, his singing while performing elaborate schemes, and his moments of genuine despair when defeated all depend on Grammer's ability to play comedy and drama simultaneously, which is a combination he handles with considerable skill. Fact number 144. Apu Nahasapi Mapatilon, the Quick E-Mart proprietor, has a doctorate from Caltech, a detail established in an episode that is partly about the gap between educational achievement and economic opportunity. Apu is overqualified for his job by any conventional measure, which is presented as both a character detail and a quiet commentary on how immigration and circumstance interact to determine economic outcomes regardless of individual capability. The character has been subject to considerable debate about representation in recent years, and the show's handling of these concerns has evolved across its run. Fact number 145. Barney Gumble, Homer's best friend from childhood and the Springfield bar's most committed regular patron, is depicted in several episodes as having had genuine promise before his alcoholism took hold. He was a high school football star. He had creative ambitions. In one famous episode, he creates a short film that is so artistically impressive that it wins a film festival award, only to immediately order a beer and begin the cycle again. Barney is one of the show's clearest depictions of a person undone by addiction, handled with a mixture of comedy and genuine sadness that prevents the character from becoming purely comedic. Fact number 146. Principal Seymour Skinner, whose true identity as Armin Tamzarian was revealed in one of the show's most controversial episodes, has a relationship with his mother Agnes that is one of Springfield's most specific and most uncomfortably recognizable dynamics. Agnes dominates Seymour completely, and his inability to assert independence from her, despite clearly wanting to, is played both for comedy and for genuine dramatic pathos. The mother-son dynamic is drawn with enough specificity that it has been interpreted by clinical psychologists writing about the show as a reasonably accurate portrait of a particular kind of enmeshed family relationship. Fact number 147. Edna Krabappel, Bart's long-suffering fourth-grade teacher, was one of the show's most beloved supporting characters before the death of her voice actress, Marsha Wallace, in 2013. Wallace voiced the character from the show's beginning, and her death prompted the production team to retire the character rather than recast her. The decision to retire Edna rather than continue with a different voice was treated with genuine seriousness by the show's creative team and fans, and the episode that formally said goodbye to the character was handled with a delicacy appropriate to the loss it was acknowledging. Fact number 148. Groundskeeper Willie is one of the show's most consistently exaggerated national stereotypes, though his Scottish identity is played with enough affection that the characterization has been received with more warmth than resentment in Scotland itself. Willie's Scottish accent, his ferocious temper, and his profound resilience in the face of repeated catastrophe combine into a character who functions partly as comedy and partly as an unlikely kind of hero. He is the most physically capable adult in Springfield, a fact the show uses regularly as a source of both jokes and occasional genuine assistance to other characters. Fact number 149. Dr. Nick Riviera, whose catchphrase, "Hi, everybody," has become one of the show's most immediately recognizable bits of dialogue, represents the show's satire of unqualified medical practice. Nick is a doctor who appears to have obtained his credentials through methods that would not survive close scrutiny, and his medical advice is as likely to cause harm as to help. He is called upon by characters who cannot afford or access qualified medical care, which gives his incompetence a social dimension that the comedy around it does not fully suppress. He is funny, and he is also a comment on what happens when people cannot get real help. Fact number 150. Kent Brockman, Springfield's television news anchor, is one of the show's most sustained satirical portraits of local television journalism. Brockman is not simply incompetent, he is competent in the specific way that television news requires, which is to say, he is confident, good-looking, and skilled at sounding authoritative about things he does not fully understand. The show uses him to comment on how television journalism constructs news rather than simply reporting it, and his willingness to change his position on any story based on how the wind is blowing is depicted as a professional virtue rather than a personal failing. Fact number 151. Troy McClure, one of the show's most beloved characters, was voiced by Phil Hartman until his death in 1998. McClure was a has-been actor and pitchman who appeared in various informational films and advertisements within the show's universe, always introducing himself with the phrase, "You may remember me from," followed by an increasingly absurd list of fictional projects. After Hartman's death, the character was retired out of respect, and the hole he left in the show's recurring cast was one that no amount of replacement characters quite managed to fill. His absence remains one of the most specific losses the show has sustained. Fact number 152. Lionel Hutz, also voiced by Phil Hartman, was the show's recurring incompetent attorney, a lawyer whose relationship with professional ethics was entirely theoretical. Hutz was retired alongside Troy McClure after Hartman's death, and again the decision not to recast was a tribute to the specific quality Hartman brought to the role. Hutz's legal advice was uniformly disastrous. His courtroom demeanor was a masterclass in exactly the wrong approach to litigation, and his fee structure was always somehow more exploitative than the outcomes he produced would justify. Fact number 153. Comic book guy, whose actual name, Jeff Albertson, was revealed in a much later season, is one of the show's most obviously self-referential characters. He is the show's portrait of its own most demanding and critical fans. Deeply knowledgeable, deeply invested, and deeply prone to finding everything new about the show they love disappointing. The character was designed partly as a gentle joke at the expense of the fan community, and partly as an affectionate portrait of what genuine enthusiasm for a specific cultural object can look like when it outgrows proportion. His catchphrase, "worst episode ever," has been adopted by the fan community it originally mocked. Fact number 154. Mo Cieslak's backstory is one of the show's most deliberately tragic accumulations of specific misfortune. He is the abandoned child of Hungarian immigrants. He was a promising child boxer before his career was ended by an injury. He has been romantically rejected, professionally humiliated, and financially ruined across dozens of episodes. He is the show's designated depressive, the character whose unhappiness functions as a kind of structural element, always present, always acknowledged, and never quite resolved. The show has occasionally allowed Mo moments of genuine happiness, only to strip them away with what can feel like almost deliberate cruelty. Fact number 155. Hans Moleman's stated age of 31, in an episode that treats it as a throwaway gag, has generated more fan discussion than almost any other piece of throwaway information in the show's history. If the number is accurate, something has aged him catastrophically. If it is a joke, the question becomes what kind of joke it is. Is it commenting on what a hard life looks like on a face? Is it a comment on Springfield's environmental effects? Is it simply absurdism? The show does not say. Hans Moleman does not clarify. He simply continues to suffer in ways that suggest time works differently for him than for anyone else. Fact number 156. Patty and Selma Bouvier, Marge's sisters, share a love of the television series MacGyver that is one of the show's longest-running character-specific obsessions. Their devotion to a fictional television character is depicted with affection and with a gentle awareness of what it represents. A form of romantic attachment directed at a safe, unavailable, and therefore unthreatening object, The show has used this obsession across decades of episodes without exhausting it, which suggests that the writers found something genuinely resonant in the idea of two lonely women whose deepest romantic feelings are directed at a man on a screen. Fact number 157. Fat Tony, Springfield's mob boss, represents the show's engagement with the American gangster tradition and specifically with the cultural mythology around Italian-American organized crime. The character is drawn with broad strokes but genuine affection for the genre conventions it is riffing on, and the show's mob episodes have a warmth toward their material that distinguishes them from pure parody. Fat Tony is a villain but not a threat. He is more like a civic institution, part of how Springfield's social fabric holds together, which is itself a comment on the structural role that organized crime plays in real American communities. Fact number 158. The show's recurring police force beyond Chief Wiggum, including officers Lou and Eddie, operates with a similar combination of friendliness and fundamental uselessness that characterizes the chief. The Springfield Police Department is an institution that performs the functions of law enforcement, showing up, asking questions, making occasional arrests, without meaningfully addressing any of the underlying conditions that generate the need for those functions. It is a form of satirical accuracy that requires no exaggeration. Fact number 159. Professor Frink, Springfield's resident scientist, is one of the show's most specific character creations. He is a genuine scientific genius whose discoveries and inventions have changed the world in various episodes, but who is perpetually undermined by his own social awkwardness, his inability to communicate clearly, and his tendency to become distracted by peripheral details at critical moments. His distinctive vocal pattern, which includes interpolated exclamations and incomplete sentences, was developed by Hank Azaria as a character choice and has remained consistent enough to become immediately recognizable. Fact number 160. Sideshow Mel, Krusty's second sideshow partner after Sideshow Bob's imprisonment, is defined primarily by the large bone he perpetually wears through his hair, which is never explained. He is a supporting character in the most literal sense, someone whose function is to provide a body in scenes that require another body without demanding the full attention required for a character with a proper storyline. Occasionally, the show will give Mel an unexpected moment of depth or competence that serves as a brief reminder that even the most peripheral Springfield residents have interior lives that the camera rarely visits. Fact number 161. Disco Stu, the appropriately named devotee of a musical era that ended decades before his storylines begin, is one of the show's most specific cultural artifacts. He is a man frozen in a cultural moment that has definitively passed, unwilling or unable to update his identity to reflect the actual present. In this sense, he is a minor key version of Springfield's broader theme of temporal suspension, a character who embodies in pure comic form the same inability to move forward in time that defines the town and its residents more generally. Fact number 162. Snake Jailbird, Springfield's most frequently arrested petty criminal, is one of those characters. His speaking pattern, his car, his relationship with the Springfield police, his habit of being shot and recovering, and his name, which is never adequately explained, are all details that exist as furniture in Springfield's world rather than as character development. He is part of the texture of the place, always visible in the background of urban scenes, always being arrested, always escaping. Fact number 163. The Simpsons' depiction of Springfield's religious community goes beyond Ned Flanders to include Reverend Lovejoy, whose pastoral responsibilities to Springfield citizens he performs with visible weariness and declining enthusiasm. Lovejoy began as a genuinely engaged minister and was ground down by Ned Flanders' endless theological questions into someone who has trouble maintaining professional investment in any of his parishioners' spiritual needs. The progression of his character from committed pastor to bureaucratic faith administrator is one of the show's quieter, sustained jokes about institutional religion. Fact number 164. Sideshow Bob's brother Cecil Terwilliger, introduced in a later season and voiced by David Hyde Pierce, in a direct reference to the siblings' real-world dynamic from Frasier, is one of the show's most elegant pieces of casting comedy. The joke works on multiple levels. It requires knowledge of Frasier to fully appreciate, it rewards that knowledge generously, and it adds a layer to Sideshow Bob's characterization by establishing that his rivalry with Bart is not the only sibling dynamic defining him. Cecil resents Bob with a specificity and depth that mirrors Bob's resentment of Krusty, making both brothers versions of the same fundamental character type. Fact number 165. Selma Bouvier's succession of ill-fated marriages is one of the show's most consistently used sources of both comedy and genuine sadness, about loneliness and the way people seek connection under unfavorable circumstances. Her husbands have included Sideshow Bob, who married her as part of a scheme, a man who was attracted primarily to her sister, and in later seasons various other figures who did not improve her situation. The show has handled Selma's romantic loneliness with enough specificity that it registers as genuine rather than purely comedic, which is the tone the show reserves for the things it cares about most. Fact number 166. Hans Moleman has been shown to die in dozens of canonical episodes and return in the next without explanation. Some fans have counted these deaths. The total varies depending on what you count as a death versus a near-death, but the number is reliably somewhere in the region of 50 or more. This makes him the most frequently killed recurring character in the history of American television animation. His deaths are rarely the point of the scene. They are almost always incidental to whatever else is happening, which is perhaps the unkindest thing about them. Fact number 167. Otto Mann, the Springfield Elementary School bus driver, is one of the show's oldest hippie archetypes, a character whose relationship with various controlled substances has been a consistent source of comedy without the show ever treating the subject with the genuine concern it occasionally brings to other characters' substance issues. Otto is simply Otto, good-hearted, unreliable, genuinely fond of the children he is responsible for transporting, and constitutionally unable to arrive at any destination on time. He has been a permanent fixture of Springfield's social landscape since the show's first season. Fact number 168. Milhouse Van Houten, Bart's best friend, is the show's most explicitly melancholic child character. He is perennially unfortunate in ways that extend from his thick glasses and runny nose through his frequently troubled home life to his unrequited feelings for Lisa, which persist across 36 years without meaningful development in either direction. The show treats Milhouse's fundamental unluckiness with genuine affection rather than cruelty, and his friendship with Bart, which is real and mutual even when Bart is being careless with it, is one of the sweetest relationships in the series. Fact number 169. The Flanders' children, Rod and Todd, are characters who exist at the edge of the show's attention in a way that is itself a comment on their position in Springfield. They are quiet, obedient, entirely molded by their father's religiosity, and they move through the show's world like small, earnest ghosts. The show occasionally gives them moments that allow for something other than piety, and these moments are always handled with the kind of gentleness the show reserves for children whose situation is not their fault. Fact number 170. Mayor Diamond Joe Quimby, Springfield's perpetually re-elected mayor, is one of the show's most sustained portraits of political corruption as a permanent condition rather than a temporary aberration. Quimby has been involved in essentially every form of municipal corruption the show can imagine: kickbacks, affairs, misuse of public funds, cowardice in the face of public pressure, and an astonishing willingness to change any stated position immediately if circumstances make the change advantageous. He is drawn with a Kennedy family voice and manner as a joke about the mythology of American political dynasties, and the joke has aged in interesting ways. Fact number 171. The Springfield elementary faculty beyond Skinner and Edna includes several recurring teachers who have been given enough specific characterization to exist as more than background elements. Mrs. Hoover, Lisa's teacher, is perhaps the most resigned educator in Springfield, a woman who has settled into a state of professional detachment so complete that it has become a kind of performance. Coach Wolfcastle's predecessor at physical education and various other faculty members are visible enough in recurring scenes to have accumulated their own small fan followings. Fact number 172. Rainier Wolfcastle, the Austrian action movie star who is a barely disguised Arnold Schwarzenegger parody, is one of the show's most elegantly constructed celebrity stand-ins. The parody works because it is specific enough to be unmistakably about one person, while being general enough to function as commentary on the entire phenomenon of the muscular, heavily accented action hero who became a dominant figure in American popular culture during the 1980s. Wolfcastle's films within the show, particularly the McBain franchise, have been the subject of detailed fan analyses discovering continuous storyline fragments hidden across their brief appearances. Fact number 173. Bleeding Gums Murphy, Lisa's jazz mentor and the character whose saxophone playing established Lisa's musical lineage within the show, appeared in relatively few episodes but had an outsized emotional impact on the show's portrait of Lisa. His death in the episode Round Springfield was one of the show's earliest and most carefully handled depictions of loss, particularly the specific kind of loss that comes from the death of someone who recognized and nurtured something in you that others around you could not see. Lisa's grief in that episode is among the most genuinely moving emotional sequences the show has produced. Fact number 174. Jimbo Jones, Kearney Zizowitz, and Dolph Starbeam, the three recurring school bullies, are characters who exist primarily to provide antagonism for Bart's storylines, but who have occasionally been given enough texture to suggest genuine unhappy home lives beneath their aggressive surfaces. Kearney is notably old to be in school with Bart and is occasionally shown having a son of his own, which is one of the show's more quietly dark characterization choices. The bullies are in some ways the show's most economical depiction of how damage reproduces itself across generations. Fact number 175. The show's recurring parade of Springfield elementary students beyond Bart's core group, including characters like Nelson Muntz and Martin Prince, each carry specific social roles that function almost as archetypes: the tough kid from a broken home, the intellectual kid who overperforms and under-socializes. Nelson's home situation, a mother who is absent and a father who left, has been depicted with enough specificity across episodes to make him one of the show's more affecting minor characters. His laugh, which is so distinctive it has become immediately recognizable, sits oddly against the genuine sadness of his circumstances. Fact number 176. Cletus Spuckler, the show's recurring rural stereotype character, has an implausibly large number of children whose names are featured in various episodes. The show has listed Cletus's children's names across several installments, with each list being slightly different from the last, suggesting either that the family is very large and the writers cannot keep track, or that the children themselves are not entirely fixed in number. The Spuckler family is used as comic shorthand for rural poverty, but is occasionally given enough genuine warmth, particularly between Cletus and his wife Brandine, to prevent the characterization from being purely condescending. Fact number 177. Dr. Julius Hibbert, the Simpson family's physician, is one of the show's most reliably cheerful characters, distinguished primarily by his habit of laughing, often at genuinely inappropriate moments, with a warmth that diffuses rather than increases the tension of whatever he is responding to. His laughter is both characterization and running gag, deployed so consistently that it has become one of The Simpsons' most immediately recognizable audio signatures. He is a competent doctor, which makes him unusual in Springfield's medical landscape, and his competence is all the funnier for being surrounded by such complete incompetence everywhere else. Fact number 178. The recurring presence of Hank Scorpio, the charismatic supervillain who briefly employs Homer in the episode You Only Move Twice, despite appearing in only one episode, has made him one of the most beloved one-time guest characters in the show's history. Albert Brooks voiced Scorpio, and his performance of a world dominator who is also a genuinely supportive and considerate employer is one of the show's funniest extended character studies. The contrast between Scorpio's monstrous ambitions and his warmly human management style is the source of the episode's comedy and also, somehow, its emotional core. Fact number 179. The Flanders household, directly next door to The Simpsons, functions in the show's geography as a kind of alternative version of the Simpson home. Everything in Ned's house is slightly better maintained, slightly more organized, and slightly more peaceful than its equivalent in Homer's. The contrast is not simply about wealth, though Ned appears to be financially more stable than Homer. It is about character. Ned's house reflects his values the way Homer's house reflects his. Standing between them on Evergreen Terrace, you can read the entire show's central moral argument in the architecture. Fact number 180. The full cast of recurring Springfield characters, when counted across all seasons, numbers in the hundreds. The show has populated its world with more named, specifically characterized recurring figures than almost any other fictional setting in the history of television. This population density is one of the things that makes Springfield feel like a real place rather than a set. And it is a direct consequence of the show's writers treating their fictional world seriously enough to keep filling it with specific people, rather than being content with a fixed roster of familiar faces. Section 5. The Writer's Room, How the Show Gets Made. Facts 181 through 225. Fact number 181. The Simpsons has had more individual writers contribute to its scripts than almost any other show in television history. Over 36 seasons, hundreds of writers have passed through the writer's room, some staying for a single season and some remaining for decades. This constant renewal of creative personnel is one of the factors that has allowed the show to remain, at least partially, current with each passing decade. Though it has also produced dramatic inconsistencies in tone and quality between seasons and even between episodes within the same season. Fact number 182. The show's script development process is unusually rigorous compared to most television comedy. Each episode goes through multiple complete rewrites, with scenes being reworked until every joke meets the room standard. Stories that do not sustain interest through repeated revision are abandoned, sometimes after significant work has already been invested in them. Several writers have described the process of having many weeks of script development discarded because the premise turned out not to be strong enough and having to begin again from scratch. The attrition rate for ideas in The Simpsons writer's room is extremely high. Fact number 183. The show employs a system in which every writer in the room is expected to contribute jokes to every scene in a script, regardless of who originally wrote the script. This means that by the time an episode reaches production, its authorship is genuinely collaborative in a way that most television credits do not reflect. The writer who receives the script credit for an episode may have written the original story and outline, but the specific jokes in the final version are likely to be a mix of contributions from everyone in the room who worked on those sessions. Fact number 184. The writer's room in the show's early seasons maintained a competitive atmosphere in which writers were expected to defend their jokes when challenged. If you pitched a joke and someone offered a better one, your joke was cut without ceremony. This approach built the quality floor higher than it might otherwise have been, but it also created a room in which the culture of constant critique could be genuinely exhausting. Multiple writers who worked in the early room have described both the exhilaration and the emotional cost of an environment where everything you contributed was subject to immediate and merciless judgment. Fact number 185. The cold open of a Simpsons episode, the brief sequence before the main title sequence and opening credits, serves a structural purpose beyond simply setting up the episode's main story. It is designed to hook the viewer immediately with something amusing or intriguing enough to prevent them from changing the channel before the couch gag begins. The cold open was not a feature of every early episode but became standard practice as the show's format solidified. And the writing room developed specific conventions around what works in a cold open that are distinct from what works in the episode's main narrative. Fact number 186. Many episodes of the show have been directly inspired by specific life experiences of writers on staff. The practice of mining personal experience for story material is common in television comedy, but The Simpsons writing staff has been unusually transparent about the autobiographical sources of specific episodes. Several writers have described recognizing their own childhood experiences, family dynamics, and formative humiliations in finished episodes, and experiencing a particular kind of uncanny pride at seeing their private pain turned into something that made millions of people laugh. Fact number 187. The show's tradition of including a chalkboard gag at the beginning of each episode, in which Bart writes the same phrase repeatedly as a punishment, was originally developed as a way to establish Bart's character quickly before the title sequence proper begins. The phrases Bart writes have ranged from the simply absurd to the politically pointed to the deeply self-referential, and tracking them across seasons gives a sense of what subjects the writing staff considered worth satirizing in any given period. The gag works because it takes a recognizable childhood punishment and turns it into a platform for adult comedy. Fact number 188. The show has always maintained a distinction between what the writers call canon episodes, which exist within the show's ongoing continuity, and what they call special episodes, which exist outside it. The Treehouse of Horror installments are the most prominent example of special episodes, but various flash-forward and flashback episodes also operate in this secondary register. The distinction allows the writers to experiment with scenarios and character fates that would be impossible within the regular continuity without committing to changes that would affect subsequent episodes. Fact number 189. The writing staff in the show's classic era included several people who went on to have enormously significant careers in their own right. Conan O'Brien wrote for the show in its early seasons before leaving to host his own late-night talk show. George Meyer, who some former colleagues have described as the most influential writer in the show's history, worked on the staff for years and developed a particular style of surreal philosophical comedy that shaped the show's best episodes more than any other single influence. Greg Daniels went on to create the American version of The Office after his time on The Simpsons writing staff. Fact number 190. The show's ability to attract talented writers has been sustained partly by its reputation and partly by its relatively generous working conditions compared to network television norms. The show has historically been willing to accommodate writers who want to pursue other projects during hiatus periods, and the prestige of having worked on The Simpsons has functioned as a significant career credential in comedy writing. The relationship between the show and its writing alumni is something like that between a great university and its graduates. The credential opens doors long after the actual work is done. Fact number 191. The practice of recording voice actors together rather than separately was the norm in the show's early years and contributed to the naturalistic quality of interactions between characters. When actors perform their lines together in the same room, they respond to each other in real time, adjusting timing and emphasis in ways that produce a different quality of interaction than separately recorded lines edited together. The show has moved between approaches over the years, with some sessions involving group recordings and others requiring separate tracks for various practical reasons. Fact number 192. Many of the show's most famous episodes were written during what the writers themselves have described as periods of unusual creative energy, when the room was working at a particularly high level and the quality of individual scripts seemed to be pushing each other upward. These periods correspond roughly to seasons 3 through 8. Which are most commonly cited by fans and critics as the show's golden era. The specific conditions that produce this creative peak, the mix of writers, the competitive atmosphere, the freedom granted by early success, have been analyzed extensively without producing a satisfying formula that could be replicated. Fact number 193. The show's approach to celebrity guest writing, in which famous people occasionally write scripts or story outlines, was more experimental in the early seasons than it became later. The default position became to use celebrities as voice performers rather than as writers, which is both more commercially useful and more artistically predictable. The early experiments with unusual writing collaborations produced some of the show's stranger and more interesting installments, though not always its most successful ones. Fact number 194. The writers have always maintained a distinction between what they call plot jokes, comedy that emerges from the situation and advances the story, and what they call character jokes, comedy that emerges from who a character is rather than what is happening to them. The best Simpsons scripts were described by writers as those in which the distinction between these two types of comedy collapsed entirely, where the situation and the character were so well matched that the comedy seemed to flow inevitably from the combination rather than being assembled from separate components. Fact number 195. Several episodes were written as responses to specific external events or controversies affecting the show. The episode in which the Simpsons attend a formal dinner and Homer's table manners attract negative attention was partly inspired by a period when the show was receiving criticism from cultural commentators who felt it encouraged poor behavior in children. The show's response to its critics has usually been to absorb the criticism into its own material, turning the concern into a joke at the concern's expense rather than addressing it earnestly. Fact number 196. The writing staff has always included people with genuine expertise in subjects that appear in the show. Writers with legal backgrounds have worked on episodes involving the Springfield legal system. Writers with scientific training have contributed to episodes featuring Professor Frink or the nuclear plant's technical operations. This pattern of matching specialist knowledge to relevant episode content is one of the reasons that even the show's most absurdist technical references tend to have a specific quality that distinguishes them from generic gibberish. Fact number 197. The show's read-through process, in which the full cast reads a new script aloud before any recording begins, is an important step in identifying which jokes work and which need revision. Jokes that land in the reading tend to survive into the recording. Jokes that fall flat in the reading are returned to the writing room for revision before the voice recording session. This filter means that the show's cast functions as a first audience for every script, and their reactions help calibrate what reaches the recording stage. Fact number 198. The writer's room has always operated on a full season planning basis, rather than episode-by-episode development. At the beginning of each season, the writers develop a rough outline of all the episodes they intend to produce, with a sense of the stories they want to tell and the characters they want to develop. Individual episodes are then developed within that framework, with writers pitching specific stories that fit the season's overall shape. This approach produces a more coherent season arc than a purely episode-by-episode development process would allow. Fact number 199. The show's relationship with its own past has become increasingly complicated as it has aged. Early episodes established details about the characters' histories and circumstances that later episodes sometimes contradicted. The writer's room has developed various strategies for managing these contradictions, ranging from simply ignoring them, to acknowledging them as jokes within episodes, to occasionally deploying the floating timeline as a formal explanation for why consistency is not possible. The meta-awareness with which the show treats its own continuity problems has itself become a form of character. Fact number 200. The 200th episode of the show, Trash of the Titans, is an episode about Homer running for Springfield's sanitation commissioner, a role he wins on the strength of populist promises he cannot keep. The episode won a Writers Guild of America award and is considered one of the later-era show's strongest installments. The plot, in which Homer's incompetence combined with his popularity produces a municipal catastrophe that requires the entire town to be physically relocated, is a perfect encapsulation of the show's approach to political satire. Take a real dynamic to its most absurd logical extreme and see what survives. Fact number 201. The writing staff has been largely male across the show's history, which is a characteristic it shares with most American television writing rooms of its era. The show has occasionally been criticized for this, and the perspective it brings to female characters has been subject to ongoing discussion. The writers of the show have been aware of this criticism and have at various points made efforts to hire more diverse writing staff and to expand the show's portrayal of its female characters beyond their primarily domestic and relational roles. Fact number 202. The show's musical numbers, which appear regularly across its run, are typically written by the episode's writer in collaboration with the show's composer. The Simpsons has a long tradition of producing original songs that are both comedically effective and musically genuine, meaning they would function as songs even outside the comedic context they are created for. Some of these songs have developed independent cultural lives outside the show. The Stonecutters song and Monorail are among the most frequently cited examples of songs that have transcended their original episode context. Fact number 203. The show's table reads, where the entire cast and writing staff gather to hear a script read aloud, have been described by participants as some of the most entertaining meetings in television production. The combination of exceptional voice actors performing a script that has already been through multiple rounds of refinement produces readings of unusual quality, and the writers have spoken about experiencing genuine surprise and delight at hearing their scripts performed even after having read them dozens of times during the development process. Fact number 204. The writing of the Treehouse of Horror segments operates under somewhat different rules than regular episode writing. The writers have more latitude to experiment with dark or unconventional material in these segments, and the absence of continuity consequences allows for scenarios that would be impossible to include in the regular season. Several writers have described the Halloween specials as a creative escape valve, a place to put ideas that are too strange or too dark for the regular show but too good to simply abandon. Fact number 205. The show has always prioritized the specificity of a joke over its broadness. A joke about a very specific cultural reference that will land for only a portion of the audience is generally considered more valuable than a broadly accessible joke that everyone will get, but that will not produce the same intensity of reaction. This preference for the specific over the broad has shaped the show's humor in ways that make it more rewarding for attentive viewers than for casual ones. And it is part of what gives the show's classic era its distinctive quality of rewarding repeated viewing. Fact number 206. The writing staff's collective obsession with the films of Stanley Kubrick, Federico Fellini, Orson Welles, and other canonical directors of the mid-20th century, has produced dozens of episodes in which major films are absorbed into Springfield's narrative and satirized with genuine affection. The show's engagement with film history is one of its most distinctive qualities and one of the clearest markers of the educational background of its writing staff. These are people who grew up watching everything and who cannot stop quoting and riffing on what they have absorbed. Fact number 207. The show's use of Springfield's geography has been managed by different writers differently. Some writers are careful to situate scenes in recognizable Springfield locations. Others simply put the characters wherever the scene's needs require them to be. The inconsistency this produces in the show's spatial logic is sometimes jarring, but also contributes to the dreamlike quality of the town's geography, which can accommodate any kind of location the story requires without feeling the need to explain how it got there. Fact number 208. The writers have a practice of including at least one moment per episode that is intended to have genuine emotional resonance rather than simply comedic effect. These moments, which the writers call heart moments, are the scenes in which the show acknowledges the genuine human weight of whatever its characters are dealing with. The best Simpsons episodes balance comedy and heart so smoothly that the transitions between them are invisible, and viewers find themselves moved by something they were laughing at 30 seconds earlier. Fact number 209. The show's approach to social and political commentary has evolved considerably across its run. The early seasons engaged in satire that was relatively broad in its targets. The middle seasons developed a more specific and pointed approach to commentary on American institutions. The later seasons have been more variable in how they handle topical material, sometimes landing the commentary effectively, and sometimes producing episodes where the satirical intent is clearer than the comedic execution. Fact number 210. The writer's room has occasionally been the site of genuine disagreements about the show's direction, with different factions holding different views about what the show should be doing at any given moment. These disagreements have produced some of the show's most interesting episodes and some of its most unsuccessful ones. The tension between writers who wanted to push the show toward darker or more experimental material and writers who wanted to maintain the warmth and accessibility of the classic era is a creative tension that has defined the show's character across different phases of its run. Fact number 211. The show's flashback episodes, which visit Homer and Marge's courtship, the characters' childhoods, and various historical moments in Springfield's past, have been some of the writing staff's most beloved projects. These episodes require a different kind of writing than the present-tense Springfield episodes, one that needs to feel simultaneously like the show's regular present tense and like a recognizable past. The writers have described the challenge as requiring them to think about their characters' histories with a specificity that regular episodes do not demand. Fact number 212. The practice of ending episodes on emotionally resonant, rather than purely comedic notes, was established in the show's early seasons and has remained a convention, even as the show's humor has evolved. The final scene of a Simpsons episode frequently draws out a genuine feeling rather than going for a last laugh, which is a structural choice that communicates something about the show's priorities. The laugh can happen anywhere in an episode. The feeling is what the episode is supposed to leave you with. Fact number 213. The writing staff maintains a document called The Bible that describes the show's characters, world, and rules in sufficient detail to orient new writers joining the staff. The Bible has been updated many times across the show's run, with new character details added as they are established in episodes and old ones occasionally revised when they are superseded by subsequent canonical developments. The existence of this document is evidence of the show's awareness of itself as a coherent fictional world rather than simply a vehicle for jokes. Fact number 214. Several of the show's most celebrated episodes were written under unusual time pressure, with scripts completed in dramatically shorter time frames than the show's normal production schedule allows. These episodes sometimes display a particular energy that more leisurely developed scripts do not quite match, a quality of concentration that comes from having fewer opportunities to overthink. The relationship between creative pressure and creative output is complex, and the show's history suggests that constraint is not always the enemy of quality. Fact number 215. The writer's room has employed several husband and wife and sibling writing teams across the show's history, which has produced an interesting dynamic in terms of how these writers' personal relationships affect their professional contributions. The show has always encouraged writers to draw on personal experience, and writing partners who also share a domestic life have a particular kind of access to the emotional reality of family dynamics that the show is always in need of. Fact number 216. The show's approach to physical comedy, which is significant given that it is an animated series and therefore unconstrained by the physical limitations of live actors, has been the subject of considerable internal discussion across the show's production history. The writers and animators have debated how far to push physical comedy before it loses its grounding in the recognizable and becomes pure abstraction. The convention they settled on relatively early is that physical comedy works best in the show when it is grounded in character, when the way Homer sustains an injury tells you something about Homer rather than simply showing you an injury. Fact number 217. The show has been described by several of its writers as a show about failure, specifically about the way most human beings fail to achieve the life they imagine they would have, while still finding within that failure a kind of meaning and joy that the imagined life might not have provided. Homer is a man who failed in most of the ways society measures success. He is also, in the show's vision, a man whose life has genuine richness and love in it. The show asks whether those two things are actually in tension with each other, and its answer is complicated. Fact number 218. The Room's tradition of using what writers call callback jokes, references within an episode to earlier moments in the same episode or in previous episodes, is one of the show's most technically demanding forms of comedy. A callback only works if the audience has retained the original reference. Too early in an episode and the callback fails because the original moment has not had time to settle into memory. Too late and the audience may have forgotten it. The writers develop an instinct for callback timing through experience, and the best callbacks are those that arrive at the exact moment when the audience has almost but not quite forgotten the original. Fact number 219. The writing staff has used various techniques over the years to generate new story ideas, including a practice of sitting in the room and listing the most dramatic or interesting things that could happen to Homer, and seeing which ones produced a strong enough reaction from the room to warrant further development. The premise that gets the most immediate response, whether laughter or discomfort or genuine curiosity, tends to be the one that gets developed. The room functions, in effect, as a continuous focus group for its own ideas. Fact number 220. The show's treatment of death has evolved considerably across its run. In the early seasons, death was rare and handled with genuine gravity when it occurred. In the middle seasons, the show developed more willingness to kill supporting characters for comic effect, while still treating the deaths of characters the audience had become genuinely attached to with appropriate seriousness. In later seasons, the show has periodically deployed death as a storytelling device, while remaining aware of the different register required for deaths that are meant to register emotionally. Fact number 221. The writer's room maintains a tradition in which every writer is expected to be able to explain, for any episode they work on, what the episode is ultimately about beneath the surface of its plot. This requirement to articulate thematic intent is not decorative. It is functional. An episode in which the writers cannot agree on what it is about tends to be an episode in which the plot and the emotional content pull in different directions, producing a script that is technically complete, but emotionally incoherent. Forcing this articulation early in the development process helps prevent the most common form of structural failure in a Simpsons script. Fact number 222. The show has a tradition of writing the finale of each season with a somewhat larger scope than a typical episode, not quite the scale of a finale in a drama, but with a sense of occasion that distinguishes it from a mid-season installment. The summer cliffhanger structure, used most famously in the Who Shot Mr. Burns two-parter, was partly an experiment to see whether audiences would respond to the sustained suspense format in an animated comedy. The enormous public response to that cliffhanger confirmed that they would, and the show has used the season finale format as an opportunity for ambition ever since. Fact number 223. The show's writers have collectively produced millions of words of comedic material across 36 seasons. If you were to read every Simpsons script ever written aloud, without stopping, it would take an amount of time that makes the show's duration as a television series feel understated. The sheer volume of material the writing staff has generated across the show's history is one of those facts that becomes stranger the more precisely you try to comprehend it. Fact number 224. The writing staff has periodically been asked to write special episodes for specific occasions: anniversary episodes, milestone episodes, episodes tied to external events. These episodes, which carry additional expectation and sometimes additional scrutiny, have produced both some of the show's most celebrated installments and some of its most disappointing ones. The additional pressure of a special occasion does not reliably improve the writing, and the show's best self-aware episodes tend to be the ones that come out of regular development rather than those commissioned to mark a specific moment. Fact number 225. The show's writing staff has changed so substantially across its run that The Simpsons of today is in some meaningful sense a different creative project from The Simpsons of 30 years ago. Staffed by different people with different influences, producing scripts for a different cultural moment. The visual continuity, the character names, and the setting are the same. But the creative DNA of the writing room has turned over almost completely multiple times. Whether this constitutes one show or several distinct shows that happen to share a name is a question that the show's fans and critics have been debating for as long as the show has been on the air. Section 6. Voice actors, the humans behind the yellow skin. Facts 226 through 270. Fact number 226. The main cast of The Simpsons, which has remained largely stable across the show's entire run, represents one of the most sustained voice acting ensembles in entertainment history. Dan Castellaneta, Julie Kavner, Nancy Cartwright, Yeardley Smith, Hank Azaria, and Harry Shearer have voiced their primary characters since the show's debut, a professional relationship that now spans more than 35 years. The longevity of this ensemble is extraordinary in an industry defined by constant transition, and the depth of these actors' understanding of their characters is a significant part of what gives even ordinary episodes a grounded quality. Fact number 227. Dan Castellaneta, who voices Homer, also voices Grandpa Simpson, Krusty the Clown, Groundskeeper Willie, Mayor Quimby, Hans Moleman, Barney Gumble, Sideshow Mel, and dozens of other recurring and incidental characters. The range of characterization he brings to these various roles, each of which is immediately distinct from the others, represents a sustained achievement of voice acting versatility that is easy to take for granted after decades of familiarity. In any given episode, Castellaneta may be performing 4 or 5 completely different characters, sometimes in scenes with himself. Fact number 228. Julie Kavner, who voices Marge, has spoken about the particular challenges of sustaining a character voice that has a distinctive quality that is immediately recognizable. Marge's voice is not easy to produce. It requires a specific placement that Kavner has described as somewhat demanding on the vocal cords, which is one reason she limits her public speaking appearances. The voice she developed for Marge in the show's early seasons has remained essentially unchanged across 36 years, which is itself a remarkable consistency of performance. Fact number 229. Nancy Cartwright, who voices Bart, is one of the most unusual cases in voice acting history. A woman who has spent more than 3 decades performing a 10-year-old boy so convincingly that most viewers never think about the fact of the performance. Cartwright has spoken extensively about the development of Bart's voice, which she arrived at through experimentation during the show's early production. The voice she settled on was not the first one she tried, and the alternative voices she explored before finding Bart's would have produced a substantially different character. Fact number 230. Yeardley Smith, who voices Lisa, is in the interesting position of being the main cast member whose speaking voice is most similar to her character's voice. Smith's natural register, with its slight breathiness and intense quality, is close enough to Lisa's that the distinction between the two is less dramatic than the gap between, say, Dan Castellaneta and Homer. Smith has spoken about this relationship between her own voice and her characters with a mixture of amusement and thoughtfulness. There is something curious about voicing a character who sounds a great deal like you for 36 years. Fact number 231. Hank Azaria has voiced more distinct characters in the show's history than perhaps any other member of the regular cast. Beyond Apu, who has now been retired from Azaria's performance in response to concerns about the character's representation, he voices Mo Sislak, Chief Wiggum, Professor Frink, Comic Book Guy, Snake Jailbird, and dozens of other recurring and one-time characters. His ability to produce completely distinct voices across a wide range of vocal types, accents, and characterizations made him one of the most valuable performers in the show's history. Fact number 232. Harry Shearer voices Mr. Burns, Waylon Smithers, Principal Skinner, Ned Flanders, Kent Brockman, Rainier Wolfcastle, and many other characters. Shearer's background as a comedian, actor, and satirist before The Simpsons, including his work on This Is Spinal Tap and his long tenure on Saturday Night Live, gave him an unusual range of performative resources to bring to his characters. His portrayal of Burns in particular is a complete character creation that reveals its depth gradually across the show's run, rather than presenting itself fully in the early seasons. Fact number 233. The contract negotiations between the main cast and Fox have been among the most high-profile such negotiations in television history. At various points, the main cast has threatened collectively to leave the show if compensation did not meet their expectations. The most significant such negotiation occurred when the cast collectively sought salary increases that would have made them the highest-paid performers in television at the time. The negotiations resulted in agreements that significantly increased the cast's compensation and established precedents for voice actor pay across the industry. Fact number 234. Phil Hartman's contribution to the show as a guest voice actor, through characters like Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz, was of a quality that distinguished him from other guest performers. Hartman brought the characters he voiced to life with a specificity that made them feel fully inhabited rather than perfunctory. His death in 1998 ended one of the show's most productive collaborative relationships, and the retirement of the characters he voiced is treated by fans as a continuing sign of respect for what he brought to the show. Fact number 235. The show's approach to celebrity guest casting has been governed by a few consistent principles. The celebrity should ideally have some connection to the subject of the episode. The celebrity should be willing to do something unexpected or self-deprecating, rather than simply playing themselves in a flattering way. And the celebrity's appearance should serve the episode's story, rather than simply providing a reason to promote whoever is appearing. These principles have been applied with varying consistency across the show's run, producing some guest appearances that feel genuinely integrated, and others that feel like pure commercial accommodation. Fact number 236. The recording sessions for the show involve a level of improvisational exploration that is not always apparent in the finished product. Voice actors are encouraged to experiment with timing, delivery, and occasionally wording during recording sessions, with the understanding that not all of these experiments will make the cut. Some of the show's most beloved line deliveries originated in recording room experimentation rather than in the scripted version of the scene. This latitude for exploration is part of what keeps the performances from feeling mechanical even after decades of repetition. Fact number 237. Kelsey Grammer, who voices Sideshow Bob, is unusual among the show's regular guest performers in that his appearances have continued across decades, with the character developing in significant ways, rather than simply being reused. Grammer's engagement with the character has reportedly been enthusiastic, and his willingness to bring genuine dramatic investment to what is fundamentally a comedic character has produced some of the show's most satisfying villain storylines. The Sideshow Bob episodes are among the most formally ambitious the show has produced, and Grammer's performance is central to why they work. Fact number 238. The show has featured an extraordinary range of celebrity guest voices across its history, from musicians to politicians to athletes to literary figures. One of the most unusual guest appearances was by Stephen Hawking, who voiced a version of himself across multiple episodes and who engaged with the show's humor with evident delight. Hawking's appearances demonstrated the show's ability to attract individuals whose public persona seemed remote from the world of animated comedy, and to find material that engaged their genuine personality rather than simply deploying their name for recognition value. Fact number 239. The voice of Maggie Simpson, who rarely speaks, has been provided by various celebrities on the few occasions when she does speak. Beyond Elizabeth Taylor's famous first-word performance, various performers have contributed to Maggie's minimal dialogue across the show's run. The show makes the most of each instance of Maggie's speech precisely because of its rarity, surrounding each utterance with enough context that its effect is maximized. Fact number 240. The main cast's chemistry with each other in recording sessions, even when they are recording separately rather than together, is visible in the rhythm of the show's dialogue. Performers who have been working with the same characters for more than 3 decades develop an instinct for the timing of the show's conversations that produces a kind of telepathic quality in the finished product. Lines respond to lines in ways that feel natural rather than constructed, even though the technical process of assembling them can be quite laborious. Fact number 241. Dan Castellaneta's performance of Homer's emotional scenes is one of the show's most underappreciated technical achievements. Comedy acting and dramatic acting require different skills, and the ability to move fluidly between them in a voice performance is unusual. Castellaneta can make Homer funny and heartbreaking in adjacent lines, maintaining the character's specific vocal quality across both emotional registers. The scenes in which Homer's grief or love or fear is most apparent are often the show's most effective emotional moments, and they depend entirely on Castellaneta's ability to sustain the performance under those conditions. Fact number 242. Harry Shearer's departure from the show and subsequent return in a later season was one of the most significant cast events in the show's history. Shearer left the show in 2015 over contractual disputes and creative differences, and his departure prompted discussions about whether the show could continue without him, given the number and importance of characters he voices. His eventual return resolved the immediate crisis, but the episode served as a reminder of how central the main cast's ensemble relationships are to the show's identity. Fact number 243. The show has used its voice casting to comment on its own themes in some interesting ways. The casting of James L. Brooks, one of the show's executive producers, as a voice in certain episodes places one of the show's creators inside the fictional world he helped build. Similarly, the casting of Groening himself in occasional appearances puts the show's originating imagination inside the world that imagination produced. These appearances are usually brief and not prominent, but they create a pleasant circularity between the show and the people who make it. Fact number 244. Nancy Cartwright's public identification with Bart Simpson has been one of the more interesting phenomena in the show's cultural history. She is widely known as the voice of Bart in a way that voice actors for other characters rarely are, partly because Bart was the show's original breakout character, and partly because Cartwright has been active in discussing her relationship with the role. The question of how an adult performer relates to a character designed to represent childhood rebellion after decades of voicing them is one that Cartwright has engaged with thoughtfully in various public contexts. Fact number 245. The show has employed dialect coaches and voice consultants at various points to ensure that characters with specific, regional, or national backgrounds sound authentic within the range of the comedy. This applies particularly to characters with strong accents or dialects, where the comedy depends on the accent being recognizable rather than simply exotic. Getting this calibration right is more difficult than it appears, because an accent that is too accurate may lose the exaggeration that makes it comedically functional, while one that is too exaggerated loses its grounding in a real place and person. Fact number 246. The main cast has been the public face of the show in promotional contexts for decades, appearing together at events, on promotional materials, and in media coverage in ways that cement their collective identity as a unit. The familiarity of seeing these 6 performers associated with these characters creates an interesting dynamic when the show itself is discussed, because the actors and their characters become somewhat interchangeable in the public imagination. People discuss Homer and Dan Castellaneta in ways that blur the boundary between performer and performance. Fact number 247. Yeardley Smith has spoken about the particular reward of voicing a character who is intelligent and principled and who the audience genuinely respects, which is a different experience from voicing a character who is primarily comedic or primarily pitiable. Lisa's intelligence is a character trait that Smith has to convey through voice alone, without the benefit of visual acting, and the way she inflects Lisa's lines to communicate depth of thought rather than simply enthusiasm for ideas is a specific technical achievement that the character's effectiveness depends on. Fact number 248. The show's guest cast over its history reads like a survey of late 20th century and early 21st century celebrity culture. Scientists, athletes, musicians, politicians, comedians, actors, and public intellectuals from every sphere of American life have passed through Springfield. The show's ability to attract this range of talent reflects both its cultural prestige and its genuine interest in engaging with the world beyond entertainment, bringing in people whose public role has nothing to do with comedy and finding ways to deploy their specific qualities for comedic and dramatic effect. Fact number 249. The character of Hank Scorpio, voiced by Albert Brooks in a single episode, is frequently cited as the best performed guest appearance in the show's history. Brooks brought to the character a quality of genuine enthusiasm that transformed what could have been a straightforward villain parody into something considerably richer. His improvisations during recording reportedly added significant material to the episode beyond what the script contained, and the episode's unusual warmth toward its villain is largely a product of how Brooks chose to play him. Fact number 250. The show has occasionally been able to attract performers for one-time appearances who brought their full dramatic capability to the role rather than treating it as a comedic cameo. Several serious dramatic actors have appeared in the show and delivered performances that surprised audiences expecting lighter material. The show's ability to accommodate this range of performative registers is one of its most underappreciated qualities, and it is partly what has allowed it to attract performers across different professional spheres. Fact number 251. Hank Azaria has spoken extensively about the physical demands of voice acting, which is often assumed to be less strenuous than on-camera performance. He has described the experience of producing multiple different character voices in a single recording session as physically tiring in ways that are specific to vocal performance. The sustained concentration required to maintain distinct characterizations while also responding naturally to other performers' cues is a form of professional athleticism that goes largely unrecognized outside the voice acting community. Fact number 252. The show's use of a cast that voices multiple characters rather than hiring different actors for each character is partly an economic decision and partly an artistic one. A smaller core group of performers who each voice multiple characters creates a greater coherence of performance style across the show's world than a large roster of single-character voices would. It also allows the show to add new characters without adding new performers, which keeps the production's human infrastructure manageable. Fact number 253. The voice actors for the main cast have been involved in various animated productions outside The Simpsons over the course of their careers, and fans have occasionally noticed interesting resonances between their work on the show and their work elsewhere. Dan Castellaneta, in particular, has appeared in numerous other animated productions, and his vocal range is on display across a body of work that extends well beyond Homer's famous exclamations. Fact number 254. The show's regular ensemble has been photographed together relatively rarely compared to the public profiles they maintain individually. Because voice recording often happens separately rather than in group sessions, the experience of the main cast is less collectively defined by the physical space of production than is typical for live-action series with ensemble casts. The performers know each other well and work together regularly, but their professional lives are less physically intertwined than those of actors who share a set. Fact number 255. Several of the show's recurring guest voices have become so associated with their characters that they are assumed by casual viewers to be part of the main cast. Kelsey Grammer's Sideshow Bob and Marcia Wallace's Edna Krabappel before her death are perhaps the clearest examples. These performers appeared often enough and with sufficient consistency that the distinction between guest cast and main cast became functionally meaningless for their specific characters. Fact number 256. The voice acting talent assembled for the show's guest appearances over its history includes performers who, at the time of their appearance, were not yet famous, and who have since become major figures in entertainment. The show has occasionally served as a platform for emerging talent in this way, offering a prestigious guest role to someone whose broader career was still developing. Several actors whose Simpsons appearances are now considered minor footnotes in their careers were at the time of those appearances considerably less famous than they subsequently became. Fact number 257. The main cast's compensation has been the subject of considerable public discussion since the first major salary negotiation in the show's history. The figures involved in subsequent negotiations have been widely reported, making The Simpsons cast among the most transparently compensated in television. The progression from the initial salary levels to the figures commanded in later contract cycles represents one of the most dramatic compensation trajectories in entertainment history, driven by the show's longevity and continued cultural relevance. Fact number 258. The show's recording process has evolved over the decades from purely analog to fully digital production. The transition in recording technology has had some subtle effects on the quality of the finished audio and on the practical logistics of recording sessions, but the fundamental approach to voice performance has remained consistent across these technological changes. The character voices that audiences recognize have a continuity of quality that spans these technological transitions without interruption. Fact number 259. Nancy Cartwright's range as a voice actor extends well beyond Bart Simpson, but her identification with the character has been so complete that her other voice acting credits receive relatively little public attention. She has spoken about the interesting experience of doing work that is recognized and appreciated, but that exists largely in the shadow of a single defining performance. The challenge of building a career that is simultaneously celebrated and narrowly defined by one iconic role is one she has managed with what appears to be genuine equanimity. Fact number 260. The show has used the convention of having the same voice actor play multiple characters, partly as a running joke. Hank Azaria or Dan Castellaneta will sometimes voice a new character who sounds noticeably like one of their other characters, which is acknowledged either explicitly or implicitly within the episode as a joke about the show's own production reality. This kind of meta-awareness of its own construction is one of the show's most distinctive qualities, and one of the ways it has maintained a sense of creative aliveness across decades of production. Fact number 261. The voice cast's relationship with their most famous lines has been explored in various public contexts. Dan Castellaneta has performed Homer's frustrated exclamation thousands of times in public settings, and has spoken about what it is like to have a single vocal choice become a kind of global cultural signature. The experience of being the origin point of something that travels so far beyond you and means different things to different people in different contexts is one of the stranger forms of creative legacy that entertainment produces. Fact number 262. Several members of the voice cast have pursued acting careers outside animation that have been critically recognized. Yeardley Smith has appeared in live-action television and theater. Harry Shearer has been involved in numerous film and television projects beyond The Simpsons, including his ongoing involvement with the world of Spinal Tap. These outside careers provide the performers with creative range that their Springfield roles do not fully accommodate. Fact number 263. The cast has maintained remarkable vocal consistency across 3 decades, with voice changes being gradual enough that even attentive viewers rarely notice them. The aging of voice actors inevitably affects their performances in subtle ways, with some vocal qualities deepening or changing timbre over decades of use. The show's production team works with the actors to maintain consistency of character through these natural changes, a technical challenge that is invisible when it succeeds and only apparent to audiences when it does not. Fact number 264. Julie Kavner's delivery of Marge's moments of genuine sadness or concern is one of the show's most emotionally effective recurring techniques. Marge's voice, with its specific quality of warmth and slight roughness, carries an emotional register that makes her expressions of worry or love feel genuine rather than performed. The voice itself communicates sincerity, which is one of the main reasons Marge functions as the emotional anchor of the Simpson family, rather than simply its most patient member. Fact number 265. The show has cast real musicians as their own voice characters in episodes built around them, and these performances create an interesting layered reality, where the performer is simultaneously being themselves and being a character within Springfield's world. The musicians who have appeared in this capacity bring an authenticity to their performances that the best comedic writing can set up, but not replace. The best of these episodes feel like genuine collaborations between the show's creative staff and the musicians they involve. Fact number 266. The tradition of major rock bands appearing in the show and performing within Springfield's world has produced some of the series' most memorable sequences. U2, the Rolling Stones, the White Stripes, Coldplay, and dozens of other acts have appeared within the show's world, each handled with a mixture of affection and gentle comedy that avoids both uncritical celebration and mean-spirited mockery. The show's relationship with rock music has been one of genuine affection and considerable knowledge, reflecting the cultural interests of a writing staff that grew up with this music. Fact number 267. The voice cast's longevity with their characters creates a specific kind of trust between performer and audience that is different from the trust built in live-action performance. In a live-action series, the actor's face, body language, and physical presence contribute to the relationship. In voice performance, it is purely the voice. When audiences have spent 36 years with the same voice coming from the same character, the voice itself becomes capable of carrying emotional information that it could not carry in the early seasons, because the depth of shared history gives every word a context that the words themselves do not contain. Fact number 268. The relationship between the show's writers and its voice cast is collaborative in ways that formal credits do not fully reflect. Writers develop instincts for what specific actors will be able to do with material, and the best scripts are written with the performer's specific capabilities in mind. Jokes that work on the page because they are written for the specific voice that will perform them are different from jokes that work on the page in the abstract, and the writer's familiarity with their cast allows them to write to that specificity. Fact number 269. Several of the show's most beloved recurring scenes involve voice actors performing songs, which is a different kind of performance challenge from spoken dialogue. The quality of voice actors as singers varies enormously, and the show has used this variation purposefully, with characters like Homer whose singing is deliberately awful, and characters like Lisa whose singing is supposed to convey genuine musical beauty, each requiring a different kind of performative commitment from the actors involved. Fact number 270. The ensemble's continued availability and commitment to the show after 3 decades of production is one of the most remarkable facts about the show's history. Voice actors in other long-running animated series have been replaced due to illness, death, contract disputes, and various other circumstances. The Simpsons has experienced versions of most of these challenges, but the core ensemble has remained largely intact. The show they serve has been changed by time in ways that every serious viewer can enumerate. The voices have not. Section 7. The episode's legendary moments, deleted scenes, and lost stories. Facts 271 through 315. Fact number 271. The episode Bart Gets an F from the show's second season was the highest-rated episode in the show's history at the time of its broadcast. It attracted an audience of over 30 million viewers, a figure that reflected both the show's rapidly growing popularity and the specific time in American television history when massive simultaneous audiences were still possible. The episode's rating has never been matched by a subsequent Simpsons episode, making it a permanent marker of the show's commercial peak, even as its creative peaks extended considerably longer. Fact number 272. Homer the Heretic, from the show's 4th season, is one of the most thoughtful television treatments of religious faith and its relationship to institutional religion ever produced in a primetime comedy format. Homer's decision to skip church and spend Sunday morning at home, enjoying a private communion with his own enjoyment, raises genuine questions about the difference between personal spiritual experience and the social obligations of religious membership. God's appearance in the episode, warmly but not sentimentally handled, gives the episode a theological seriousness that its comic framing does not undercut. Fact number 273. Marge vs. the Monorail, written by Conan O'Brien in his last script for the show before leaving to host Late Night, is frequently cited as one of the greatest single episodes in the show's history. The episode is a parody of The Music Man, the classic Broadway musical about a con man who sells a town on an instrument they cannot play. The satirical target in O'Brien's version is the combination of civic pride and communal gullibility that allows a charming stranger to sell a town something it does not need. The episode moves at extraordinary speed, contains an unusually high density of jokes, and sustains its musical parody with genuine compositional skill. Fact number 274. The episode Cape Fear, a parody of Cape Fear in which Sideshow Bob attempts to kill Bart, includes one of the show's most famous extended comedy sequences, Sideshow Bob stepping repeatedly on rakes, each impact producing the same sound, for a duration that extends well beyond what logic or conventional comedy timing would suggest. The sequence was extended by director Rich Moore specifically to push past the point where the audience expected it to end, discovering a different kind of comedy on the other side of what would normally be the stopping point. It is one of the show's purest examples of comedy as endurance. Fact number 275. The Treehouse of Horror 5 from Season 6 contains the episode The Shining, a parody of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, which many critics consider the finest single segment the Halloween specials have produced. The segment is notable for how precisely it captures the visual grammar of Kubrick's film while simultaneously deploying the Simpsons' specific brand of comedy in ways that do not diminish either the parody or the original. The balance between genuine engagement with the source material and effective comedy is rarely achieved this cleanly. Fact number 276. You Only Move Twice, The episode featuring Hank Scorpio was written by John Swartzwelder, one of the show's most distinctive and prolific individual writers. Swartzwelder wrote more Simpsons scripts than any other individual writer in the show's history and was notorious within the writing room for an eccentric creative process that included writing his scripts in a diner booth. His episodes have a particular quality of escalating absurdism that is distinct from the show's other stylistic registers, and You Only Move Twice is considered one of his masterworks. Fact number 277. Homer's Enemy, an episode from the show's 8th season, is unusual in the show's history for introducing a character, Frank Grimes, whose function is explicitly to see Homer and Springfield from the perspective of a rational outsider. Grimes is a man who has worked hard his entire life for modest rewards, and his encounter with Homer, who has achieved security and stability through incompetence and luck, drives him to what the episode presents as a completely understandable breakdown. The episode is dark in ways that most Simpsons episodes are not, and its willingness to acknowledge what Homer looks like from outside his own family's love is one of the show's most unusual moments of self-awareness. Fact number 278. The episode El Viaje Misterioso de Nuestro Homer, known in English as The Mysterious Voyage of Homer, is among the show's most visually experimental installments. Homer eats an extraordinarily spicy chili at a cook-off and experiences an extended hallucination sequence that is drawn in a visual style completely unlike the show's normal aesthetic. The sequence was designed as an homage to Ralph Bakshi's rotoscoping style and to the psychedelic animation of the Yellow Submarine era. The episode's emotional content, about Homer and Marge's relationship and the mystery of perfect companionship, is handled with unusual depth. Fact number 279. Last Exit to Springfield, from the show's 4th season, is frequently cited in critics' lists as the single greatest episode in the show's history. The episode deals with Homer's unexpected accession to the leadership of the nuclear plants union and his negotiation with Mr. Burns over the dental plan that covers Lisa's braces. The episode manages to be simultaneously a satire of organized labor, a critique of corporate power, a love story about Homer and Marge, and a pure comedy of escalating misunderstanding. Its density of ideas and jokes per minute is arguably the highest of any episode the show has produced. Fact number 280. Mother Simpson, from the show's 7th season, is the episode in which Homer discovers his mother is alive and learns the history of her disappearance. It is perhaps the most emotionally sustained episode in the show's history, moving from comedy to genuine dramatic emotion with a fluency that most episodes do not attempt. The final scene, in which Homer sits on his car's hood watching the stars after his mother has been forced to flee again, is played entirely without dialogue or conventional comedy, trusting the accumulated emotional content of the episode to carry the weight of the moment. Fact number 281. The deleted scenes from Simpsons episodes, which occasionally surface in DVD releases and collector's editions, reveal the extent to which even very good material is cut in the editing process. Several deleted scenes have become nearly as famous as the material that made the final cut, and the reasons for their deletion are sometimes obvious and sometimes not. The show's editing process is ruthless even with material that is genuinely funny, because the alternative to ruthlessness is episodes that overstay their welcome and dilute their best material with adequate material. Fact number 282. The episode Treehouse of Horror 4 includes the segment The Devil and Homer Simpson, in which Homer sells his soul to the devil for a donut. The segment is a masterful deployment of the Faustian bargain narrative in a comedy context, and Phil Hartman's performance of the devil gives the bit a theatrical quality that elevates it well above its premise. The segment also includes the Jury of the Damned, a gallery of history's worst figures convened to adjudicate Homer's case, which is the kind of absurdist historical comedy that the show deploys so well in its best moments. Fact number 283. The 2-part episode Who Shot Mr. Burns was developed with an unusual level of coordination between the network, the production team, and America's Most Wanted, which produced a tie-in special treating the fictional shooting as a real crime. The contest element, in which viewers could submit guesses for the shooter, generated an enormous volume of mail and telephone calls, and the production team has spoken about being surprised by the intensity of audience engagement with the mystery. The show had successfully created genuine suspense in its audience about a cartoon crime. Fact number 284. The Simpsons movie was produced using a different animation process than the regular television episodes, with a higher budget and more detailed backgrounds. Sequences that would be impossible to produce within the constraints of weekly television production were included, and the film's visual quality is noticeably richer than any regular episode. The creative team has described the experience of making the film as liberating in some ways and constraining in others, since the scale of investment required for theatrical release introduced a level of scrutiny and expectation that weekly television does not carry. Fact number 285. The episode Lisa's Substitute from the show's second season is one of the show's quietest and most affecting explorations of Lisa's character. Dustin Hoffman voiced the substitute teacher Mr. Bergstrom under a pseudonym, and his performance of a teacher who sees and responds to Lisa's intelligence with genuine appreciation is the kind of performance that the episode entirely depends on. Lisa's grief when Mr. Bergstrom leaves, and the note he gives her, is the scene most often cited by viewers as the moment they first understood the show to be doing something more than comedy. Fact number 286. The episode Camp Krusty, which begins the show's fourth season, was originally developed as a potential theatrical film. The premise, in which Bart and Lisa attend a summer camp run under the Krusty brand that turns out to be a work camp run by an imposter, was considered substantial enough to sustain a longer format. The decision to produce it as a regular episode meant compressing the story considerably, and while the resulting episode is excellent, the traces of its more ambitious origins are occasionally visible in its scope. Fact number 287. The episode where Homer becomes a food critic, Selma's Choice, is one of the show's most effective deployments of a guest storyline to illuminate the regular characters. The experience of brief public recognition that Homer receives for his food writing reveals dimensions of his character that the show returns to intermittently. His genuine capacity for enthusiasm and description, his susceptibility to the corrupting influence of minor celebrity, and his fundamental inability to sustain any new role against the gravitational pull of his regular life. Fact number 288. The episode 22 short films about Springfield, a structural experiment in which the show told brief separate stories about different Springfield residents rather than following a single narrative, was inspired by the similarly structured film Pulp Fiction and represents one of the show's most formally ambitious productions. The episode works differently for different viewers depending on which characters they care most about, since every segment is essentially a short film about that character's world. The result is one of the show's richest depictions of Springfield as a place with many centers rather than one. Fact number 289. The episode in which Bart makes a long-distance prank call to the Flaming Moe, a bar in Shelbyville, and reaches a man who is genuinely upset by the call, includes a moment in which the show briefly acknowledges the cruelty underlying Bart's usual harmless-seeming prank calls. The episode does not dwell on this acknowledgement, but its presence in a show whose approach to Bart's pranks is usually more innocent represents a willingness to look at the show's own conventions with slightly more critical eyes than usual. Fact number 290. Bart Sells His Soul, from the show's seventh season, is the episode in which Bart trades his soul to Milhouse for $5. The episode's treatment of the soul as an abstract concept that can be lost and recovered raises genuinely interesting questions about what the soul is supposed to be and why Bart, who does not believe in souls, finds himself profoundly unsettled by its absence. The episode is one of the show's most philosophically interesting, handling big questions through the specific experience of a child who discovers that some things matter even when you do not believe in them. Fact number 291. The sequence in Homer vs. Patty and Selma, where Homer is forced to take a ballet class as a consequence of his financial mismanagement, is one of the show's most unexpectedly generous sequences. Homer discovers that he has a natural aptitude for ballet, a discovery that the episode handles with complete sincerity rather than playing it purely for comedy. His competence at something beautiful and unexpected is treated as a genuine revelation, and the show's willingness to give Homer this grace, however briefly, is one of the things that prevents him from being merely a comic punching bag. Fact number 292. The Treehouse of Horror segments produced across the show's first decade include some of the most formally inventive animation the show has ever produced. The absence of continuity constraints in these segments allowed the animation team to experiment with visual styles, color palettes, and movement techniques that would be difficult or impossible to sustain across a regular episode. The best of these sequences read as genuine animation art rather than simply effective comedy. and they have influenced the aesthetic approach of subsequent animated productions in ways that are not always openly acknowledged. Fact number 293. The episode Stark Raving Dad, the third season premiere, features a guest performance by Michael Jackson, who voiced a large white man who claims to be Michael Jackson. The episode was one of the most anticipated in the show's early history due to the secrecy surrounding Jackson's involvement. He was credited under a pseudonym, and the show maintained the fiction for some time that Jackson did not appear. His actual appearance was eventually confirmed, and the episode has had a complicated legacy since revelations about Jackson's personal history that emerged decades after its broadcast. The production team removed the episode from rotation in response to these revelations. Fact number 294. The episode In Marge We Trust, from the show's 8th season, is about Marge becoming a counselor at Reverend Lovejoy's church and discovering that she has a natural ability to help people with their problems. The episode gives Marge a professional competence that her domestic role does not accommodate, and its treatment of the specific kind of value created by patient, attentive listening is handled with more seriousness than the show's usual approach to character competence. It is one of the clearest examples of the show using comedy to make a genuine argument about what certain people contribute to communities that institutions fail to provide. Fact number 295. The episode Lemon of Troy, from the show's 6th season, in which Springfield children go to war with Shelbyville over a stolen lemon tree, is beloved partly for its genuine affection for the idea of civic identity. The children's defense of their lemon tree is absurd, but the show treats it as a real expression of belonging to a place, of caring about your town even when it is imperfect. The episode is essentially about what makes a community, and it arrives at an answer that is simultaneously comic and sincere. Fact number 296. The ending of Mother Simpson, the final shot of Homer sitting alone on his car watching the stars after his mother's departure, was considered for cutting during the episode's production. Some voices in the production process felt it was too slow and too quiet for the show's usual rhythm. The decision to include it was ultimately made because the episode had built enough emotional momentum that the quiet ending was the only honest resolution available to it. Its inclusion is now considered one of the show's most significant single creative decisions. Fact number 297. The episode A Fish Called Selma, in which Troy McClure marries Selma Bouvier to revive his career, is one of Phil Hartman's finest episodes as both voice performer and character study. The episode explores the performance of respectability and the gap between public persona and private self with a specificity that the Troy McClure character alone could not have supported. Hartman's ease with the material gives it a lightness that prevents it from being simply dark despite its subject matter. Fact number 298. The show's most formally unusual episode may be Trilogy of Error, from the 12th season, which tells 3 different versions of the same day from the perspectives of Homer, Lisa, and Bart. The 3 storylines intersect and influence each other in ways that only become clear across the episode's full runtime, and the structural challenge of constructing 3 simultaneous narratives that are each coherent on their own, and that also form a coherent whole when read together, is one the show managed with unusual elegance. Fact number 299. The episode Scenes from the Class Struggle in Springfield, from the 7th season, is about Marge discovering a Chanel suit at a thrift store and her subsequent attempts to fit in with Springfield's social elite. The episode is a precise satire of class aspiration and the social performance required to maintain appearances across class boundaries, and it handles its subject with enough specificity to feel grounded in genuine observation rather than generic comedy. Marge's ultimate rejection of the social world she has been trying to enter is treated not as a defeat, but as a recognition of what she actually values. Fact number 300. The 300th episode of the show, Barting Over, aired in the show's 14th season. Unlike some anniversary episodes, it did not make its milestone status particularly prominent within the episode's own content, though the production team acknowledged it in promotional materials. The episode dealt with Bart discovering that Homer had licensed his likeness in a series of baby food commercials without his consent. The subject matter, about ownership of a child's image and the parent's responsibility to the child's interests, was more pointed than many anniversary episodes tend to be. Fact number 301. The episode Homer Goes to College from the show's 5th season is notable for being one of the first major episodes in which Homer's relationship with higher education became a sustained comic subject. The episode satirizes the gap between the Hollywood version of college and the institutional reality, with Homer's expectations shaped entirely by movies about animal houses and parties rather than by any realistic understanding of academic life. The episode's specific targets, dean figures, study nerds, the fraternity system, are handled with the kind of affectionate familiarity that suggests the writing staff had direct experience with the institutions being satirized. Fact number 302. The episode Homie the Clown from the 5th season, in which Homer attends Krusty's clown college and impersonates Krusty to escape a debt to the mob, is one of the show's purest comedy episodes, a perfectly constructed machine for generating jokes at a rate that would exhaust most writers' rooms. The episode does not attempt to do much beyond be funny, and its success at that single goal is so complete that it stands as a demonstration of what pure comedic construction looks like when executed at the highest level. Fact number 303. The show has produced several episodes that were directly inspired by specific pieces of world news, using current events as the basis for Springfield storylines that allowed the writing staff to engage with the news through the specific lens of comedy satire. These episodes vary considerably in their effectiveness, depending on how well the specific news story translates into the show's format, with some producing the show's most directly relevant commentary and others straining to find the Springfield angle in material that does not naturally provide one. Fact number 304. The episode Deep Space Homer from the 5th season is the episode in which Homer goes to space as part of a NASA publicity campaign. The episode is notable for the quality of its space sequences, which were animated with unusual care to convey the genuine strangeness of zero gravity, and for the moment in which Homer accidentally destroys a potato chip and the camera follows it, floating majestically through the spacecraft interior, while the 2001 A Space Odyssey music plays. It is a moment of pure, absurdist grace that has become one of the show's most celebrated single images. Fact number 305. The episode Bart's Dog Gets an F from the 2nd season is about Santa's little helper's attendance at dog obedience school and his relationship with his training instructor. The episode is unusual in the show's early run for the genuine emotional weight it gives to a storyline about a dog, and its resolution, in which the dog demonstrates that he has, after all, learned something from his training at exactly the right moment, is handled with a warmth that the early seasons deployed more readily than later ones. Fact number 306. The episode And Maggie Makes Three from the 6th season depicts Maggie's birth through a flashback structure in which Homer explains to Bart and Lisa why there are no photos of Maggie in the family albums. The revelation of the episode's premise, that the reason there are no photos is because Homer keeps them all at work, where they cover the sign that says, "Don't forget you're here forever," is one of the show's most purely affecting moments. The sign with its modified message, "Now you're here forever," framed by Maggie's photographs, is an image that audiences have carried with them for 30 years. Fact number 307. The episode Two Cars in Every Garage and Three Eyes on Every Fish from the 2nd season, in which Mr. Burns runs for governor partly in response to the political attention generated by Blinky the three-eyed fish, is one of the show's earliest and most direct engagements with the relationship between industrial power and political power. The episode's climax, in which Burns eats the three-eyed fish on live television at the Simpson dinner table, and Marge ensures the moment ends his campaign, involves Marge in a political act of quiet devastation that is among her most dramatically significant moments in the show's early run. Fact number 308. The episode Lisa the Iconoclast from the 7th season, in which Lisa discovers that Springfield's founding father Jebediah Springfield was actually a pirate and murderer, is one of the show's most direct explorations of the relationship between civic mythology and actual history. The episode ultimately presents Lisa with a choice between publishing the truth and preserving the mythology, and her decision to maintain the myth rather than destroy the sense of community it sustains is handled with enough ambiguity that the episode reads as genuinely uncertain about whether she made the right choice. Fact number 309. The Simpsons has produced several completely silent or nearly silent sequences across its run, in which storytelling happens through animation and music rather than dialogue. These sequences demonstrate the show's confidence in its own visual storytelling capacity, which is sometimes underestimated because the show's humor is so heavily verbal. The best of these silent sequences, including the floating potato chip and the Maggie photographs, are as effective as any dialogue the show has produced. Fact number 310. The episode Bart Gets Famous from the 5th season, in which Bart becomes briefly famous for a catchphrase, is one of the show's most transparent self-referential episodes. The episode is explicitly about what it feels like to be defined by a single piece of work and how that definition constrains as much as it enables. The show uses Bart's temporary fame to comment on its own experience of having its characters defined by specific lines and moments rather than by the full complexity of their characterization. Fact number 311. The episode Homer the Great, from the 6th season, in which Homer discovers the Stonecutters, a secret society that turns out to control the world, is one of the show's most entertaining explorations of conspiracy thinking as a narrative device. The episode's climactic song about the Stonecutters and everything they control is one of the show's most frequently quoted musical moments, partly for its wit and partly for the specific pleasure of a conspiracy theory that extends to truly comprehensive absurdity. Fact number 312. The episode Bart After Dark, from the 8th season, in which Bart is put to work at a burlesque house, is one of the show's most entertainingly improbable premises handled with complete commitment. The episode is also notable for its musical number La Maison Derrière, which is a genuinely accomplished piece of comic songwriting that lampoons small-town moral panic with considerable skill. Fact number 313. The Simpsons has attempted various experiments with episode format across its run, including episodes structured as documentaries, episodes told entirely in flashback, episodes that revisit and reinterpret earlier events from different perspectives, and episodes that abandon linear narrative entirely. The consistency with which these experiments succeed varies, but the willingness to attempt them represents an ongoing creative ambition that purely formula-driven production would not accommodate. Fact number 314. The episode King of the Hill, from the 9th season, is about Homer's unlikely success as a fitness guru, a premise that requires the show to treat Homer's physical capabilities with unusual sincerity for a stretch of the episode before the comedy of his actual limitations reasserts itself. The episode's treatment of Homer's body as something capable of genuine achievement, however temporarily, is one of those instances where the show's affection for its characters overrides its usual comic logic. Fact number 315. The show's greatest episodes, when collected and considered together, reveal a pattern of emotional ambition that goes well beyond what the show's initial premise required or its network position demanded. The Simpsons set a creative standard for itself in its early seasons that it then had to maintain or exceed, and the best episodes of its middle and later periods demonstrate that the standard, while not always met, was never simply abandoned. The aspiration to do something genuine alongside something funny has been the show's defining quality from the beginning. Section 8. The predictions, cultural impact, and the world the show changed. Facts 316 through 345. Fact number 316. The Simpsons has had a documented effect on the English language that very few entertainment properties can claim. Words and phrases originating in the show have entered common usage in English-speaking countries around the world. The word meh, meaning something like mild indifference or disappointment, is frequently attributed to the show's popularization, even though it predates the show's use of it. The phrase cowabunga, while predating the show, was significantly revived and spread by the show's first season. Various lines and expressions from the show have become so embedded in everyday speech that their origin is often forgotten. Fact number 317. The show's depiction of Donald Trump as a future president, in the year 2000 episode Bart to the Future, is the most discussed of all the show's so-called predictions. Writer Dan Greeny, who wrote the episode, has explained in interviews that the choice was intended as the clearest possible image of a dystopian America, using the most absurd available figure to represent an entertainment culture's intrusion into political reality. The fact that this absurdist worst-case scenario came to pass says something about either the writer's prescience or about the specific mechanisms of American political culture that the show understood better than it realized. Fact number 318. The show's apparent prediction of Disney acquiring 21st Century Fox, which happened in 2019, was depicted in a 1998 episode. The joke in that episode was built on the observation that media consolidation was accelerating in ways that made it easy to imagine a small number of corporations eventually controlling most content. The acquisition happened on a much larger scale than the episode depicted, but the underlying prediction, that entertainment would consolidate into fewer and larger entities, was accurate in the way that trend extrapolation usually is when applied over a long enough time frame. Fact number 319. The show's depiction of the Farmville-style social media game, years before such games existed, is one of its more specific-seeming technological anticipations. In an episode from the early 2000s, a device is shown that allows players to tend virtual farms and check in regularly to maintain their progress. The mechanics depicted are essentially identical to those of the games that became massive commercial phenomena years later. Whether this represents a genuine anticipation or a coincidental convergence of similar ideas developing independently is the kind of question that the show's prediction mythology does not resolve cleanly. Fact number 320. The show's cultural impact on its home country has been compared by some cultural critics to the impact of Charles Dickens on Victorian England, a body of work that defined how a culture saw itself while simultaneously shaping how it behaved. This comparison is extravagant but not entirely without basis. The show has been watched by a significant fraction of the American population over an unusually long period, and the images, values, and patterns of thought it has circulated have had effects on how Americans understand their own institutions and family structures that are difficult to trace but probably real. Fact number 321. The show's influence on subsequent American animated comedy is almost impossibly extensive. Shows including King of the Hill, Futurama, Family Guy, American Dad, South Park, Bob's Burgers, and dozens of others were either directly created by people who worked on The Simpsons or were significantly shaped by its example. The possibility space for adult animated comedy was established almost entirely by The Simpsons in its first 5 seasons, and the subsequent 30 years of the medium's development have taken place within a landscape the show defined. Fact number 322. The show's merchandise has been one of the most extensive commercial operations in entertainment history. Bart Simpson t-shirts and similar items in the early 1990s represented one of the first major examples of animated character merchandising, reaching the mainstream in the way that only sports and music branding had previously achieved. The commercial phenomenon of Bartmania introduced the entertainment industry to the idea that animated characters could serve as brand ambassadors with mainstream commercial reach. Fact number 323. Springfield has been recreated in theme parks, and the Simpsons ride at Universal Studios theme parks is one of the most technically sophisticated theme park attractions built in its era. The experience of visiting a physical representation of Springfield, where the show's visual language is translated into actual architecture and space, raises interesting questions about the relationship between fictional worlds and the places built to represent them. Springfield in a theme park is not Springfield, but it is something that exists because Springfield exists, which is a kind of strange tribute. Fact number 324. The show's approach to international audiences has been studied in media culture courses at universities. The way different countries receive and adapt the show's specifically American cultural references reveals something about how global media travels and what gets lost or transformed in the journey. Jokes about American electoral processes, American food culture, American legal systems, and American class structures land differently in different national contexts, and the show's global success despite these specificities is a phenomenon worth understanding carefully. Fact number 325. The show has become a significant source of material for academic study in fields ranging from philosophy to economics to physics. Multiple scholarly papers have been published that use the show's episodes as case studies or illustrations for theoretical arguments. The breadth of academic attention the show has received is unusual for commercial entertainment and reflects the show's genuine density of ideas as well as its cultural ubiquity. A show that everyone has seen is a show whose images and ideas function as shared reference points in academic discourse. Fact number 326. The show's relationship with its own merchandise has occasionally been the subject of internal comedy. Episodes in which characters sell out their values for commercial gain, or in which the commercial exploitation of something beloved diminishes it, can be read as the show's writers processing the experience of seeing their creative work converted into branded products at a scale that they did not initially anticipate. The self-awareness with which the show handles its own commercial dimension is one of its more endearing qualities. Fact number 327. The Simpsons has been discussed in the context of satire theory as an example of what some critics call embedded critique a form of social commentary that operates from inside the dominant culture rather than from outside or against it. The show does not position itself as opposition. It positions itself as entertainment. The critique it embeds is therefore consumed without resistance by people who might reject the same argument delivered explicitly. Whether this is a more or less effective form of cultural commentary than explicit critique is a question that the show's history does not settle definitively. Fact number 328. The show's longevity has made it a subject of interest to researchers studying cultural memory and how entertainment shapes long-term collective consciousness. People who grew up with the show in the 1990s carry specific images, jokes, and values from it as unconscious reference points in ways they are often not fully aware of. The show is part of the cultural background of an entire generation in ways that are difficult to study, but that occasionally become visible when those images and references resurface in unexpected contexts. Fact number 329. The Simpsons' prediction of technology has been examined closely by technology journalists and historians. The show's early depictions of video communication, wrist-mounted computing, and various other technologies that became widespread in subsequent decades have been cited as examples of science fiction's capacity to shape technological development as much as reflect it. If people who grew up watching the show imagined the technologies it depicted as possible futures and then went on to work in technology industries, the show's influence on actual technological development becomes worth considering. Fact number 330. The show has been studied in the context of environmental communication, with researchers examining how its treatment of the nuclear power plant and its environmental consequences has shaped public understanding of environmental issues. The three-eyed fish has become one of the most widely recognized symbols of industrial pollution in popular culture, which is an extraordinary achievement for a joke in a cartoon. The symbol has appeared in actual environmental advocacy materials, taken entirely out of its original comic context. Fact number 331. The show's treatment of class has been the subject of significant academic attention, with scholars arguing that the show represents one of the few sustained engagements with working-class experience in American primetime television during the 1990s and 2000s. Homer's financial anxieties, his dependence on a single employer, his lack of educational credentials, and his limited social mobility are all features of working-class life that network television of the period largely avoided depicting with this kind of specificity. Fact number 332. The show has been used in educational settings to teach critical thinking, media literacy, and satirical analysis. The density of the show's cultural references, its consistent deployment of irony, and its willingness to embed serious arguments in comic frames make it an unusually productive text for developing certain kinds of analytical reading skills. Several secondary and post-secondary educators have described using specific episodes as case studies in identifying the difference between what a text says and what it means. Fact number 333. The show's influence on how subsequent generations understand the 1990s is interesting to consider. The period in American life that the show most fully inhabited, the early to mid-1990s, is now historical enough to be the subject of nostalgia and retrospective analysis, and the show's images of that period have become part of how people who lived through it remember it and how people who did not live through it imagine it. Springfield is, for many people, a more vivid representation of 1990s suburban American life than any documentary or historical account could provide. Fact number 334. The show's continued existence beyond what anyone expected of it has created a strange cultural condition in which it is simultaneously of the past and of the present. The show that exists now is not the show that most of its fans love most, but it continues to be made and watched, maintaining a living relationship between the audience and the characters that would end if the show ended. This ambivalence, where the show's continued existence is both reassuring and slightly uncomfortable, is itself a form of cultural attachment worth acknowledging. Fact number 335. The academic field of Simpsons studies, if it can be called that, has produced enough scholarly work to fill multiple anthologies. The Simpsons and Philosophy is an actual published volume in a series that examines popular culture through philosophical frameworks. The show's capacity to generate genuine intellectual discussion about the ideas it engages with, even ideas it engages with lightly and comedically, is a mark of its cultural seriousness that its entertainment context might not suggest. Fact number 336. The show has occasionally been the direct cause of real-world events beyond the predictions. Communities that were depicted unfavorably in specific episodes have sometimes responded publicly. Products satirized in episodes have seen measurable sales effects. The show's enormous audience meant that its attention, positive or negative, could function as a significant economic and reputational force for whatever it turned its satirical eye toward. Fact number 337. The show's impact on animation as an industry extends beyond its creative influence to its commercial model. The demonstration that an animated series for adults could achieve the ratings and cultural penetration of a primetime live-action show fundamentally changed what television networks were willing to invest in animated production. The current landscape of animated adult entertainment, which is extraordinarily diverse and commercially significant, would look completely different without the precedent The Simpsons established. Fact number 338. Springfield has been used by economists as a teaching example for concepts ranging from monopoly theory to public goods to labor economics. Mr. Burns's control of Springfield's power supply is a textbook natural monopoly situation. Homer's union negotiation is used to illustrate collective bargaining dynamics. The show's willingness to make economics visible and concrete rather than abstract makes it unusually productive as an illustrative tool in educational contexts. Fact number 339. The show's relationship with race is a subject of ongoing scholarly and journalistic discussion, with critics noting both the show's genuine diversity of characters and the limitations of how those characters have been portrayed across different periods of the show's run. The show was produced during a period when American entertainment's engagement with race was changing rapidly, and the various ways the show navigated these changes reflect the broader uncertainties and inconsistencies of the cultural moment. Fact number 340. The show's depiction of suburban American life has been studied alongside other cultural documents of suburban representation to understand how popular entertainment shapes and reflects the experience of living in the kind of community the show depicts. Springfield is a version of American suburbia that is simultaneously exaggerated for comic effect and recognizable in its basic structures, which is part of what makes it function as both entertainment and social commentary. Fact number 341. The prediction that receives perhaps the least attention but is in some ways the most intellectually interesting is the show's apparent anticipation of the media environment of the early 21st century, with its fragmentation of shared cultural reference, its proliferation of competing information sources, and its erosion of the common narrative that once held American civic life together. Springfield's already fractured information environment, in which Kent Brockman broadcasts what audiences want to hear rather than what is true, anticipated these developments with uncomfortable precision. Fact number 342. The show's treatment of police has been a consistent element of its civic satire. Chief Wiggum's department is depicted as fundamentally incapable of its stated function, not through malice but through incompetence, laziness, and the comfortable certainty that there will be no real consequences for failure. The combination of these qualities in a law enforcement setting is played for comedy, but the underlying argument that American policing as an institution has systematic problems that individual goodwill cannot overcome is one that subsequent events have made appear more pointed. Fact number 343. The show has documented its own cultural trajectory, with occasional self-referential episodes that stand back from the ongoing narrative and reflect on what the show is and what it has been doing. These episodes range from the clip show format, in which the show's own past is the primary material, to more genuinely reflective installments that acknowledge the show's improbable longevity and attempt to find meaning in it. The best of these self-reflective moments are those that find genuine feeling in the fact of the show's continued existence rather than simply celebrating it. Fact number 344. The show's effect on how satire operates in American media has been substantial. Before The Simpsons, the tradition of political and social satire in American primetime entertainment was relatively thin. The show demonstrated that satire could achieve mainstream commercial success without compromising its critical function, and the shows and comedians that followed have built on this demonstration. The landscape of American satirical entertainment in the first quarter of the 21st century is substantially The Simpsons' cultural legacy. Fact number 345. The show's continued production in an era when its audience's relationship to television has fundamentally changed reflects a kind of institutional momentum that is itself worth noting. The show was created for a world in which millions of people watch the same program at the same time on a weekly basis. It now exists in a world where this kind of simultaneous communal viewing is rare. The show has adapted to this change without fully resolving the tension between what it was designed to be and what the contemporary media landscape allows. Its survival is impressive. What it says about the nature of cultural institutions when they outlast the conditions that produce them is a more complicated question. Section 9. Animation, Art, and the Visual Language of Springfield. Facts 346 through 369. Fact number 346. The visual design of The Simpsons was deliberately simplified from Matt Groening's original comic strip work to make it feasible for weekly television production. The Line in Hell, Groening's comic strip, used a more complex and expressive drawing style that would have been impossible to replicate across hundreds of episodes per year. The simplified character designs that emerged from this necessity, with their rounded forms and limited detail, turned out to be extraordinarily well suited to animation, producing characters that were easy to read at any size and in any context. Fact number 347. The background art for Springfield has been produced by a team of background artists who work separately from the character animators. These artists paint the environments that the characters move through, creating the visual world of the town, its buildings, streets, interiors, and landscapes. The best background paintings in the show's history are genuinely beautiful pieces of visual art in their own right, showing a quality of detail and atmosphere that the character animation moving across them does not always invite the viewer to notice. Fact number 348. The show's color palette was carefully developed to be consistent enough to create a recognizable visual world, while allowing for enough variation to prevent individual episodes from looking identical. The specific yellow of the Simpsons' skin, the blue of Marge's hair, and the color of Duff beer cans are all defined precisely and maintained consistently. When episodes are produced across multiple animation houses, maintaining color consistency requires careful coordination and quality control. Fact number 349. The transition from cell animation to digital production in the late 1990s and early 2000s changed the visual quality of the show in ways that are visible to attentive viewers. Cell animation, in which each frame is painted on transparent celluloid sheets laid over hand-painted backgrounds, has a characteristic quality of light and texture that digital production does not replicate. The digital era produced technically cleaner animation but lost some of the warmth and imperfection of the cell era. Both styles have their advocates among the show's longtime viewers. Fact number 350. The show's approach to depicting food, which appears constantly in the show's world given Homer's appetite, has required the animation team to develop a specific approach to making animated food visually appealing. The famous donut, glazed and pink with sprinkles, is one of the most recognizable food images in the history of animation. Homer's donuts have been rendered in hundreds of individual shots across the show's run, each requiring the animation team to maintain the consistent design while adapting it to the specific light and context of each scene. Fact number 351. The show has employed a distinctive approach to depicting Homer's thoughts and fantasies, which are rendered in a visual style that differs from the show's normal representational mode. Dream sequences, hallucinations, and fantasy sequences have been depicted in various experimental styles across the show's run, from pure abstraction to hyper-realist rendering to parody of other animation styles. These sequences give the animation team an opportunity to work outside the show's normal visual constraints and have produced some of the most visually inventive moments in the show's history. Fact number 352. The animation of Homer's eyes has been the subject of specific technical attention across the show's production history. Homer's eyes, which are unusually mobile and expressive for a simplified character design, carry a significant portion of his emotional communication. The animators developed specific rules for Homer's eye movement and expression that communicate a range of emotions from bliss to terror, without requiring the addition of new facial elements or the abandonment of the character's simplified design. Fact number 353. The visual language of the show has been influential on subsequent animated productions in ways that extend beyond the obvious. The specific way the show depicts urban and suburban environments, with their combination of familiar architectural elements and deliberate impossibilities, has become a template that dozens of subsequent animated series have drawn on. Springfield's visual vernacular, With its combination of Anytown, USA architecture and subtle environmental strangeness, has become a kind of default setting for animated American communities. Fact number 354. The show has employed several directors across its production history, some of whom have worked on the show for decades and who have developed their own visual signatures within the show's overall aesthetic. The directorial contribution to a Simpsons episode is often underappreciated because the show's visual style is so consistent that individual directorial choices can be difficult to isolate. But attentive viewers who have watched the show extensively can develop a sense of which directors favor which kinds of shot compositions and camera movements within the show's limited grammar. Fact number 355. The nuclear power plant's visual design draws on the general visual grammar of industrial architecture from the post-war era, with cooling towers, chain-link fencing, warning signs, and utilitarian structures that communicate function without regard for aesthetic consideration. This visual language is deliberately unglamorous and slightly ominous, a visual counterpart to the show's satirical treatment of the plant's place in Springfield's life. The plant looks exactly like the kind of place that would have 342 safety violations. Fact number 356. The depiction of the Simpsons house from the exterior has been rendered slightly differently across different seasons, with changes in the design of the front porch, the proportion of the windows, and the relationship between the house and its neighbors. These variations are generally subtle enough to be invisible to casual viewers, but are clearly visible to dedicated fans who have looked closely at the exterior through years of episodes. The house is one of the most recognized fictional structures in the world, and its identity rests primarily on the general form rather than on the specific details that vary. Fact number 357. The show's animation of crowd scenes has evolved considerably from the early seasons, when crowds were populated by a relatively small number of character designs used repeatedly, to later seasons, when digital production made it more economically feasible to populate crowd scenes with greater variety. The early seasons' approach to crowd scenes was a matter of practical necessity, but it also produced a specific quality of animation in which the same faces appeared over and over in crowd backgrounds, which is its own kind of inadvertent joke about the interchangeability of Springfield's residents. Fact number 358. The visual depiction of Marge's hair has required specific technical solutions that differ from the treatment of other characters' hair. Marge's Tower of Blue is not simply a hairstyle that moves with normal hair physics. It is a structural element of her character design that must behave consistently across different scenes and contexts. The specific rules governing how Marge's hair moves, when it sways versus when it maintains its shape, have been a consistent technical consideration for the show's animators across its entire run. Fact number 359. The show's rendering of Springfield's various institutional buildings, including City Hall, the courthouse, the police station, and the hospital, follows a consistent visual logic in which civic institutions are depicted as slightly crumbling and slightly underfunded, with the patina of neglect that comes from years of deferred maintenance. This is both satire and character design. The buildings look like what they are, which is institutions that have been inadequately supported by a civic culture that does not prioritize investment in shared infrastructure. Fact number 360. The visual design of Mr. Burns is among the most specific character designs in the show's history. Burns's extreme physical frailty, communicated through his impossibly narrow silhouette and claw-like hands, is at direct visual odds with his enormous economic and institutional power. This incongruity is the visual foundation of his comedy, a man who commands so much and can barely lift his own arms. Every scene in which Burns threatens or punishes someone carries this visual joke within it. Fact number 361. The show has depicted the passage of time visually within single episodes through environmental changes, lighting shifts, and the aging of backgrounds in ways that communicate duration without the need for title cards or explicit verbal acknowledgement. This kind of visual temporal communication requires close collaboration between the writers, who know what the episode needs to convey, and the directors and animators, who have to find visual solutions that work within the show's aesthetic constraints. Fact number 362. The visual treatment of Springfield's natural environment, including the parks, the river, and the surrounding landscape, reflects the show's broader satirical awareness of environmental degradation. The river is visibly polluted in multiple shots. The parks are undervegetated. The surrounding landscape bears the marks of industrial use. These environmental details are present consistently enough to constitute a visual argument about Springfield's environmental reality that does not require verbal articulation. Fact number 363. The show's title sequence, which has been updated multiple times while maintaining its essential structure, represents one of the most sustained pieces of animation in the show's history. The sequence introduces the entire main cast, establishes the visual world of Springfield, and delivers a joke, the couch gag, all within approximately a minute. The efficiency with which it accomplishes these multiple tasks is a form of animation craft that the sequence's familiarity can cause viewers to take for granted. Fact number 364. The visual design choices that make Springfield feel like a consistent place across hundreds of episodes, produced by different directors and different animation teams, are the result of a body of visual documentation called the model sheets. Model sheets specify precisely how every regular character and location should look in every type of scene and from every angle. The production of and adherence to these model sheets is one of the most technically demanding aspects of maintaining visual consistency across a production of The Simpsons' scale and duration. Fact number 365. The Treehouse of Horror specials have produced some of the most formally adventurous animation in the show's history, with individual segments rendered in styles that have ranged from Japanese anime to stop motion to expressionist shadow play to black and white horror film pastiche. The creative latitude these episodes provide has made them a particular favorite of the animation team, who have more opportunity to experiment with visual approaches in these segments than in the regular continuity of the show. Fact number 366. The specific visual treatment of Homer's dream life, which appears across dozens of episodes as he imagines food, escape, or various forms of wish fulfillment, has established a visual vocabulary for depicting the gap between desire and reality that is one of the show's most consistently deployed tools. The exaggerated, almost watercolor quality of Homer's fantasies, with their heightened colors and simplified forms, makes them immediately distinguishable from the show's normal visual mode, creating a visual code that the audience learns quickly and deploys effortlessly. Fact number 367. The visual language of the show's most emotional scenes deploys specific lighting choices that differ from the show's baseline. Warmer light, closer framings, and reduced background activity all signal to the viewer that they should be feeling something rather than simply laughing at something. These cinematic conventions are deployed sparingly enough that their appearance registers as meaningful rather than decorative, and they have been part of the show's visual toolkit since its earliest seasons. Fact number 368. The depiction of Springfield from above, which appears in establishing shots and certain aerial perspective sequences, reveals a town that is organized in a way that defies coherent urban planning. Springfield's street grid does not follow any recognizable pattern. Its neighborhoods transition abruptly from residential to industrial, to commercial to rural, without the gradients that real American towns display. This visual geography of impossibility is the aerial view of the same geographic contradiction that the show maintains at ground level, a town that is organized not by any real-world logic but by whatever the story happening in it requires. Fact number 369. After 36 seasons, 788 episodes, hundreds of writers, 6 main voice actors, thousands of animation hours, and a cultural impact that extends from academic philosophy journals to theme park rides to the actual trajectory of American political history, the show exists in a place that no entertainment property has ever occupied before. It has been going long enough to have influenced the lives of people who now make it, long enough to have become part of the landscape against which those who grew up with it understand themselves, long enough to have accumulated a weight of history that its current episodes carry, whether they intend to or not. Springfield is not simply a fictional town. It is a place that millions of people have lived in the particular way that fiction allows living, for the better part of 4 decades. And when the lights come up after each episode and the real world reasserts itself, there is always a small, almost invisible moment of readjustment, a moment of coming back, which is itself evidence of how real a place Springfield became in all its impossible, radioactive, coma dreaming, sun-blocked, time-stopped, beautiful, ordinary strangeness. The most famous town that never was, and the one that will always be exactly where you left it. That is all 369 of them. If you made it all the way through, thank you. That was a long journey through a very specific and very beloved fictional world, and I hope it carried you somewhere comfortable. If you are still awake, well done. And if you drifted off somewhere around fact 200 and something, the show will be here when you come back to it. Springfield always is. Sleep well. End of script. Bonus extended notes. Deep Springfield additional reflections on all 9 sections. For those still awake, for those who came back after drifting off, for those who want a little more Springfield before they finally let go of the day, here is something extra. Not new facts exactly. More like extended thoughts on some of the things we covered, the details that deserve a little more room to breathe. On the question of Springfield's identity, when we talk about Springfield's geographic impossibility, it is worth pausing on what that impossibility actually accomplishes beyond being a joke. The show has given us a town that has mountains within driving distance of ocean beaches, farmland adjacent to urban streets, Canadian climate and desert heat sometimes within the same season. This is absurd. It is also, in a specific way, accurate. Not accurate to any one place, but accurate to the experience of living in America during the particular decades the show has been running. The America of the 1990s and 2000s was undergoing a kind of geographic homogenization, where the same chain restaurants, the same architectural styles, and the same cultural franchises appeared in cities and suburbs and small towns across vastly different regions, creating a specific kind of placelessness. You could be in suburban Ohio or suburban Arizona, and the immediate environment looks similar enough to disorient you. Springfield is that placelessness taken to its logical extreme. A town that could be anywhere and is therefore everywhere, the most American of American places, precisely because it refuses to commit to being any specific American place. The show's writers understood something that urban geographers were simultaneously documenting in academic papers, that American space was becoming less regionally specific and more nationally standardized. Springfield is the comic version of that standardization. It is Everytown, USA. Not as a nostalgic archetype, but as a product of the same commercial and cultural forces that were reshaping actual American communities during the show's run. On Homer's emotional architecture, one of the show's most consistent and least discussed formal achievements is its management of Homer's emotional state across hundreds of episodes. Homer is a character who feels things intensely and continuously, but whose feelings are rarely weighted appropriately to their causes. He experiences mild inconvenience as catastrophe and genuine tragedy as briefly registered before his attention moves on. This is not primarily a source of comedy, though it is certainly that. It is a specific portrait of an emotional intelligence that has developed differently from the expected pattern. Homer loves his family with a completeness that the show demonstrates repeatedly across its run. But the expression of that love is filtered through a mind that cannot always identify what it is experiencing or why. Homer feels love as a kind of undifferentiated warmth that he directs toward food, television, beer, and his family with similar generosity and similar intensity. The objects of his affection are interchangeable in his consciousness, in a way that would be pathological in a more clinical reading and is simply Homer in the show's reading. What makes this complicated is that the love is genuine. When Homer acts to protect or support his family, the motivation is real even when the execution is catastrophically mismanaged. The show has never let us doubt that Homer loves his family. It has also never let us forget that his love, however real, is expressed through a consciousness so limited and so distracted that its effects are often indistinguishable from indifference or hostility. This is the central tragedy and the central comedy of the Homer character, and it is what makes him simultaneously the funniest and the most heartbreaking figure in the show's world. On What Marge Knows. Marge Simpson is the show's most underanalyzed character. This is partly because her function in the show's domestic structure is so clear and so consistent that it appears to exhaust her characterization. She is the patient one. She is the stabilizing presence. She is the person who sees what Homer cannot and who absorbs what Homer generates. These are her assigned roles, and she performs them with consistency that, over 36 seasons, can look like simplicity. But the show has repeatedly suggested that what Marge does is not simple at all. Her patience is a choice, not a condition. Her stability is an achievement, not a personality trait. And what she knows, what she has understood about her family and her town and the limits of what is possible within both, is considerably more sophisticated than her role as the show's moral center would require. The episode in which Marge goes back to work at the power plant, the same plant that is slowly poisoning the town, and performs well in a role that Homer has been failing at for years, is one of the show's most pointed moments about gender and competence. The episode does not make a large deal of what it is showing. It simply shows it. Marge at the nuclear plant, competent and professional, while Homer's incompetence is demonstrated again by contrast. The show does not comment on the irony. It trusts its audience to see it. Marge knows more about the reality of her family's situation than anyone else in it. She knows what Homer is, she knows what Bart is, she knows what Lisa needs. She knows what Springfield is, on some level. And she has made the choice, continuously and deliberately, to stay within it and make it work, not because she cannot imagine anything else, but because she has calculated that this is where she can do the most good for the people she loves most. That is not a small thing. That is not a simple thing. That is the kind of moral seriousness that the show handles with comedy, because it understands that comedy is often the best available container for moral seriousness. On the show's relationship with its own decline. One of the most interesting things about The Simpsons is how openly the show's community of fans has discussed the experience of watching a beloved thing get worse. The phrase "The Simpsons used to be good" is one of the most typed sentences in the history of English-language internet discourse, and the debates about when exactly the show peaked, how far it has fallen, and whether it can or should continue have been ongoing since roughly the show's 9th season. What is interesting about this discourse is how rarely it acknowledges what the show's continued existence actually means. Every episode of The Simpsons that has ever aired, including the ones that are most universally considered disappointing, has been watched by hundreds of thousands of people who found enough value in the experience to watch it to the end. The show's later seasons, which received the most critical dismissal, have not actually stopped finding audiences. They have found smaller audiences, but those audiences are still there, still watching, still finding something in Springfield that makes spending 22 minutes there worth their time. This suggests something about what the show provides that is not adequately captured by critical assessments of its quality. People do not watch The Simpsons only for the quality of the jokes, though the jokes matter. They watch it for the company, for the specific comfort of spending time in a place that has accumulated 36 years of emotional meaning through the sheer duration of the relationship between the show and its audience. When you have watched a show for a significant fraction of your life, its continued existence is not simply an entertainment choice. It is a continuity of self. The show was there when you were 10 years old, and it is still there now, whatever now is, and that persistence means something that transcends any specific assessment of episode quality. On Ned Flanders as the show's hidden protagonist. There is an argument to be made that Ned Flanders is the show's most important character, more important even than Homer, in the specific sense of being the character whose situation most directly embodies the show's central thematic concerns. Homer's suffering has an explanation. The radiation theory, the coma theory, the maternal deprivation theory, all of these provide frameworks within which Homer's particular form of damaged existence makes some kind of sense. Homer is not simply unlucky. He has been shaped by specific forces into the person he is. And the show takes care to make those forces visible even when Homer himself cannot see them. Ned has no such explanation. Ned does everything right. Ned is kind and generous and devout and a good father and a good neighbor. And Ned has had his wife killed, his house destroyed, his faith tested, and his mental health compromised to the point of institutional intervention. The show's most devout character is the one God visibly ignores. The show's best person is the one who suffers most consistently. And the show does not explain this. It simply depicts it. This is the show's most uncomfortably honest claim. That goodness is not rewarded, that systems do not care about moral behavior, and that the most a good person can expect from a universe that does not notice their goodness is the private knowledge that they tried. Ned knows this. He lives with it every day behind his relentlessly positive surface. And the show lets us see both the surface and what is behind it often enough that we understand what it costs him to maintain the one while carrying the other. Next door to Ned is Homer, who does everything wrong and who has, by any reasonable measure, a good life. This comparison is the show's most direct moral argument and its least comforting one. The gap between Ned and Homer is the gap between moral expectation and actual experience, between the world as it should work and the world as it does. The show has maintained this comparison for 36 seasons without resolving it, because it is not the kind of thing that resolves. It is simply the kind of thing that is. On the final image of Homer, whether or not the coma theory is true in any meaningful sense, the emotional image it produces is worth holding. A man in a hospital bed somewhere in Springfield, whose body is still and whose mind is running, generating an entire world of family and friends and neighbors and disasters and recoveries and love. His children, always young. His wife, always there. His house, always lit from inside. His town, always waiting at the end of the day for him to come home. If the show ends, or when it ends, or in whatever form it continues beyond what anyone now imagines, there is something in this image that the show itself has earned. Homer has been trying to get home for 36 years. Every episode is another version of the same journey. Through the nuclear plant, through Moe's Tavern, through Springfield's disasters and its resets and its collective agreements to forget what it knows, and at the end of every episode he gets there. The door opens. The house is warm. The family is there. This is not nothing. In fact, it may be everything. A man finding his way back to the people he loves, over and over, in a world that keeps trying to distract him from them, until at last the dreaming stops, or the story ends, or the loop finally, quietly opens. Until then, Springfield will be there. Exactly as you left it. Exactly as it always was. The tire fire burning, the cooling towers cracked, the three-eyed fish in the river, the donut on Homer's desk, the saxophone in Lisa's hands, the blue hair impossibly tall, the baby, still holding her pacifier, still watching, still waiting, and Homer coming through the door, saying, "Honey, I'm home." There is something particular about falling asleep to a story about something you love. The brain, settling into rest, does not fully release what it is given just before sleep. The last thoughts of the day have a way of persisting, of cycling gently through the early hours of sleep in ways that daytime thoughts do not. This is why what you choose to fall asleep to matters more than it might seem. If you fell asleep somewhere in the middle of this, you may have carried a little of Springfield with you into your dreams. Maybe the three-eyed fish, drifting quietly in a river that catches the light strangely. Maybe the tire fire, orange against a darkening sky on the edge of town, burning with the patience of something that has been burning a long time and expects to burn longer still. Maybe Homer, walking home through Springfield streets that look slightly different in the dream than they do on screen but are unmistakably his streets, in his town, leading to his house where the lights are on. The show has always understood that it was doing something beyond entertainment. That the reason people keep coming back to Springfield, season after season, decade after decade, is not simply that the jokes are good, though often they are. It is that Springfield is one of those rare fictional places that becomes genuinely inhabitable in the imagination. You know where things are there. You know what to expect from people. You know that Marge will hold things together, and Homer will nearly break them, and Lisa will be frustrated and right, and Bart will be in some kind of trouble that resolves before the credits roll, and Maggie will be watching all of it with those enormous, knowing eyes. That predictability is not laziness. It is the structure of home. You know what home is because it stays recognizable. You can close your eyes and see it, and when the world becomes too much, or the day has been too long, or sleep feels far away, you can go there. To Evergreen Terrace. To the house with the cracked driveway and the dog who did not win and the blue-haired woman in the kitchen who somehow holds everything together. That is what Springfield is. Not just a show, not just 369 facts. A place you can go when you need somewhere familiar and warm and slightly absurd and entirely your own. Go there now if you need to. It will be there. It always is. Good night. The house with the cracked driveway and the dog who did not win and the blue-haired woman in the kitchen who somehow holds everything together. That is what Springfield is. Not just a show, not just 369 facts. A place you can go when you need somewhere familiar and warm and slightly absurd and entirely your own. Go there now if you need to. It will be there. It always is. Good night.